What a wonderful opening to this stream. Well, at least this time my mistakes will be recorded, unlike my VOD on Twitch from Sunday, which disappeared into the ether. So, hello! I am Arrow, as anyone who is going to watch this will figure out, but based off of the name and the channel, and probably the under a handful of folks who are actually going to pull up to a random YouTube live stream are going to be people who actually know the person who is live streaming. So, I had my first streaming experience on Sunday, but I figured that is a separate channel from my main one. I mostly make shorts content here, and I've seen the conversion rate from shorts to videos has been, I want to say, like 5% on a good day. So my hope is that, oh, hello! My hope is that with streaming I might catch a couple stragglers. And it seems that we have a few folks that just filed in. Do I not? Oh, right, because this is my Just Chatting stream for Twitch setup. I actually didn't integrate Twitch chat or YouTube chat into my actual OBS. Who is this? Where am I? You are currently in Celerity Dust's chat, a very famous streamer who is much more popular than I am, and who hates twinks. I try and save them regularly, but you know what? We deal with what we deal with. Hello! Oh, we have more than a couple people coming in. I'm not gonna lie, maybe this is just my own insecurity, or maybe it's just my own thought process. I assumed I was gonna get like 2 people, and that of those 2 people, one of them was not gonna say anything. But since we're doing introductions, I might as well point out After Crash, who is another streamer. I don't believe that they actually stream on YouTube, but they do stream on Twitch. So I can't exactly shout them out in the same way I would on Twitch and give a direct link, but After Crash, if you want to drop your Twitch link, I am happy to promote you. But with this stream here, I figured I would, one, get to properly chat with some of my audience and like have you guys, I don't know, ask about anything you want to, I suppose. But also, I had in mind that we could chat D&D stories, we could chat homebrew, and or I have currently pulled up in another tab that 44 DM rules that was making the rounds like the other week. I have not actually looked at them. I just know that they're terrible. So it depends entirely on what y'all are up to, but at least for now, happy to see all of you here. Funny enough, I'm someone who's better with faces than names, and that literally has translated to profile pictures. So I'm seeing a lot of profile pictures I recognize, even if I'm not good at remembering names. So I would like to ask how y'all been, because this is a random Wednesday. It is Wednesday, my dudes. Let me... Yeah. So unfortunately with the way my overlay is set up, I have it set up through Stream Elements, and I integrated Twitch chat into that. However, I didn't integrate YouTube chat into that. So unless you want me to do a 5-minute coding adventure, Doug style, I am going to just be standing up here next to this empty box, which is supposed to have people. Pretty good, how you doing? I'm doing well. I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of anxious to start streaming, but unlike Sunday, it was good anxiousness. It was a, bro, I'm done with work, I want to hop on stream and like chat D&D with cool people. Because, I don't know. I'm, okay, funny thing, I did not expect the Monday short to pop off as much as it did. Like, I was just like, hey, Rakshasas have this weird, funny damage vulnerability. And for those of you unaware, a Rakshasa is this demon, this devil, in D&D, who has a vulnerability, so takes double damage, to piercing damage from a magical weapon wielded by a good aligned creature. 2 a.m. desperately finished some assignments trying to pass out. Well, I would say this is not the place to pass out. However, I don't really consider myself a very high energy person, so I suppose this works. I mean, if you think I have a droning, low, soothing voice, that might work out. Alternatively, I can just go, nightmare, nightmare, nightmare! I'm sorry. But yeah, I just found it so funny how... Because generally I know when a video is going to do well. Maybe not like do fantastic, but what's my random damage vulnerability? Trauma. Anyway. Would a father's belt deal bludgeoning damage? It would, right? Or would it deal psychological, like psychic damage? This is the first YouTube stream I've ever watched. Well, you're in for a treat. And by a treat, I mean I'm sorry. Because this is not prime content. I would recommend VTubers that you could check out, but at the same time, you know? Both? See, because my thought process is father's belt. Physically, it deals bludgeoning damage. But I feel like there's a couple examples in D&D. Flip a coin and choose a damage type. See, I feel like there's a couple examples of like, in D&D, I stab you and you take poison damage. Or like, I push you back and deal psychic damage. Nah, I also on that Twitch stream, this is some good shit. Well, I know you were on the Twitch stream. I recognize Otis the Can. And I know that for anyone else who was not on the stream on Sunday, I think I accidentally like had my audience, like my viewers start a polycule. Because I was like, it would be funny if all of my viewers were in one giant collective polycule that I was not a part of. Because it's this polycule built over someone who's not a part of it. And then they did it as a joke, and they were like, hey, like, wink wonk. And I was just like, I guess my viewers are in a polycule now. So, I don't know if that translates to YouTube chat. In my experience, from what I've seen from other creators... Oh, it was you. Oh, are you Firefinch? On Twitch? I didn't recognize the name. Also, I don't know what it is, but on my OBS, your name is just dashes. I thought... So I was confused, but like, I know you. You regularly comment on my videos, so I was so confused when you're like, it was me, Barry. But I am a bit, I have noticed that on YouTube streams, they tend to be slower chats, and at least with like big public events, they tend to be a lot more violently racist and like bigoted. So I hope that doesn't translate here. I think because the auto mod features on Twitch are better. But yes, if you want to start a series of polycules, I would find that very funny. I will not be a part of it, unfortunately. However, imagine like factionalism with different like polycule communes, all of whom like are in a relationship with one another and who rely upon one another for actual physical and economic support. And then they like go to war. And like, imagine trying to poach each other's members by freaking like seducing them into joining your side instead. Like War of the Roses, but instead of active conflicts, it's just like one really weird apartment building in California. That sounds like a San Francisco style place. Although, I am considering, and I mentioned this on the Twitch stream as well, it would be really funny once I get monetized on that I have my subs, because generally when you have like followers, you have like a name for them, right? And you have like a subscribers, you have a name for them. I think it'd be really funny because of that one Reddit post that when you subscribe to me on Twitch, you would join the union because of that one like r/relationship post of the subs unionizing. So the weird part is that applies at a lower barrier to entry for YouTube. So theoretically, if I wanted to, I could call my subscriber base the union and I would have 1.3 thousand subs, which all of whom are in a union and trying to unionize against me, which, I mean, that's what happens when you get a union buster involved, right? Like, would I be able to turn any of you against your fellow subs by like enticing you with, I don't know, like I'll give you VIP and then you'll union bust on my behalf? Oh, but with union busting. Question, have any of you played... Oh, good night. Oh, I don't know what it was. All of my messages just came in at once. I don't know if I was lagging or if Twitch chat or if YouTube chat was just lagging, but I had no chat for about like 30 seconds. My apologies. But good night. I hope that Eeping is well. Oh, Smidgen a Pigeon. Okay. Well, I'm honored because I didn't see a couple familiar names in the Twitch chat, so I thought that y'all had abandoned me because it was cross-platform. But it's nice to know that the folks who said they came over from YouTube are the folks I was hoping were coming over. But yes, unions. Oh, my thank you. I think that is on my Twitch. But unions, for anyone who is not a part of one and who is in a field that traditionally has unions, whether you're a teacher or you're in construction or you're an actor or a writer, join a union. They suck when you have to like pay dues and whatever, but they're really useful at collective bargaining. And that's why I wanted to ask, have any of you played Frostpunk? Or do you know about the game Frostpunk? Okay, yeah, just add it to my list of toxic traits. that I think you would abandon me. I do have abandonment issues. Full stop, like, warning you now. Gotta make sure you follow both platforms. I'm honored, and I appreciate it. In terms of, like, how often you can expect a stream from me, my initial plan when I started it was, like, once a month, or, like, once a week. And I might end up doing one Twitch, one YouTube a week, depending on how this goes, because I can already see there's some greater returns on YouTube right now. No. My abandonment issues are a part of my charm. Do you see these bags under my eyes? This came from abandonment issues, and they are aesthetic. Let me scroll back up real quick. It shows just ashes for me too. Smidge the Pigeon. YouTube chat culture is weird. It very much is. Otis needs to eat. Hope they get that EP. And okay. But yes, for those of you who are unaware of Frostpunk, it is a game that is set in an alternate reality, like 19th century world where like there's a new ice age coming right as we like hit steam power, and it's steampunk. So what humanity does with 19th century technology is construct these giant skyscraper-sized generators, which are just basically giant coal-powered furnaces that entire cities revolve around because they're the only source of heat that they can rely on in like negative 40 degrees Celsius weather. Whenever I play Frostpunk, somehow it always ends in child labor. At least they don't unionize. Have you played The Last Autumn? You can get unions and you can bust unions is what you can do. There's an expansion for it where you can either form a labor union or you can form a labor camp. And the weird part is neither of them turn out that well. But me playing Frostpunk, like child labor, my beloved. Though Frostpunk 2 is coming out, I think like in a month, like in the middle of summer, which is a very weird time to release it, considering it's about being in the frozen winter. But I am very much someone who I wait like at least a year since a game comes out to buy it because I'm cheap like that. I'm miserly, some might say, frugal if you're being kind. So Frostpunk 2 is definitely one that I want to play, but I probably would not play it for at least a year. Recommend Frostpunk though. Always recommend Cyberpunk 2077, or just Cyberpunk the genre. Sounds fun. Definitely check it out after exam season. I hope exams go well for you. Because as you might have guessed, as someone who talks about like work and having a job and someone who creates YouTube videos regularly, I don't go to school anymore. I'm done with that. But I recognize the struggles of having to go through exams. Wait, don't dox yourself, but like, are you in summer school, or are you just like in the South and you started early? Because at least where I'm at, terms would generally last from like very beginning of September through like middle of May. Well, yeah, your octopus is Cyberpunk because you just full stop took your model and your character from Splatoon, and you were questioning if you were trans when you did that, didn't you? Like, you were still in the questioning stages when you were like, Splatoon, my beloved. But yes, with Frostpunk, that's a game where you can just become a monster, and they actually made a board game of it. And as you might have guessed, as someone who makes content on TTRPGs and D&D, I love board games. Could be anywhere in Europe. Oh, I didn't realize Europe had summer classes. Actually, homeschooled in Canada, our terms go from September to mid-December and January to June. Okay. Yeah. Because, as you might have guessed, given that I talk about being an EST and I also sound like this, I'm an American. And, like, they actually take away your American citizenship if you demonstrate any sort of actionable knowledge on being European. I don't make the rules. President Joe Biden himself will come to your house and take away your American citizenship if you aren't American enough. Yeah, but speaking of new releases, another game that's coming out is Hollywood Animal, which is by the same people who made This Is the Police. Yeah, damn, what a nerd. I don't know if any of you have played This Is the Police, but This Is the Police is a game where it is so... It's not even morally ambiguous. You just play as, like, a villain, right? Like, so you play as a police chief under a corrupt mayor in this, like mid-sized town, not like super big town, like a mid-sized town, and you get wrapped up in mafia gang wars. You get wrapped up in political campaigns that are trying to change the city one way or another, and you will have, I'm not going to call them moral dilemmas, I'm going to call them choices where one option is the moral option, and then the other option lets you keep your job. But like, you have to make choices of, I am like the police chief of this city where everything is blowing up constantly. What sacrifices to my morality and the safety of the city do I want to make in order to ensure that I stay in power so someone worse doesn't come along? And it's like, if Frostpunk is, oh, you can institute child labor and like potentially go over the line, and it's like in your face. This is the police. So if Frostpunk is putting you in hard circumstances and dangling a carrot in front of you, but you have to cross the line to grab the carrot, then This Is the Police is a game where if you do not cross the line, you are beaten with a stick. And the longer you refuse to cross the line, the more you get beaten by a stick, until eventually you are incapable of being beaten anymore because you have passed on from the mortal coil. And once you do cross the line, you realize that wasn't a line at all. That was one step to the actual line. And then you get beaten by more sticks the more you don't reach that final line. And it is wild. Questioning my trans when I got to Pokemon Regionals with a Shinx Pussy. Maybe you're just soft. Maybe you're just little. Maybe you're just small. What I'm gonna do, because YouTube streaming doesn't seem to like me too much, I'm going to physically open up in a separate tab so I just opened up in a separate tab my own live stream so I can have it muted so that I can what's it called? Look at my own chat in real time. Also, do you realize your description is not you? Lol, it has Doug and a pirate. I don't know what you're talking about. However, if you want to check out a really cool Twitch channel and an awesome Discord server, you can click the links in the description. I made no mention that they were my Twitch channel and Discord. I just mentioned that they're very cool ones. Let's put you over here. Womp. No, I don't want the video. I want the chat. YouTube, why are you disrespecting me so much? Womp womp. Yes, anyone who wants to check out the links in my description, be warned, they are not my links. They are links to other content creators who are far more entertaining than I am. I'm running a low-level 5e adventure soon for a small group including one entirely new and effectively new player. Any advice for running D&D or TTRPGs in general for inexperienced players? So, my question for that is, how experienced are you as a DM, specifically in the system you're running, and like how well do you feel with the rules? Because the gambit of advice for how do I run for new players ranges from remember that the goal is for the entire group to have fun. Remember that communication will solve almost any issue you have. Talk to your players about your expectations and have them talk to you about theirs. If someone is acting like a jerk, or if someone is acting in such a way that it's reducing the fun of the group, talk to them about it out of game, not as the DM, but as their friend, right? Like all of this kind of soft skills, communication style. But on top of that, there's also advice I can get into, which is like, learn the rules. Don't get comfortable making a decision, sticking to it, and then even if it's quote unquote wrong, just keeping with it. You know, like there's a certain amount of sticking to your guns that you have to do, as I would say as anyone in improv. Not even just, okay, enjoy after crash, but I would say not even just for DMs or even for players, just improv in general. You have to be like, okay, I made this decision, or I made this ruling, or I said my character is going to do X. And then you realize, actually, it would be really cool to do Y instead. You have to learn when it is acceptable to be like, no, I'm going to stick with X. Or say, you're right, Y is better. And we are going to shift from X to Y. Whether that's a retcon or whether that is a natural progression doesn't really matter. What matters is that you have to build the muscle of when to say yes, when to say no. Right? I'm just going to keep giving more and more advice and don't feel the need to retain it all, because unless I mess something up, this should just stay on the channel once I live stream it. So you can always come back later and just listen to this again. But some more advice would be things like, don't focus so much on telling a specific story. Don't focus so much on pushing a narrative or trying to force plot beats or character moments. Those things will either happen organically or they won't happen at all. And I don't mean that in a rude way. I mean that in a, your players, if they are interested, will do that kind of stuff. And your players, if they are engaged, will end up organically having moments that after the session, everyone goes, whoa, that was super cool. You know? In terms of with a new player, of things to do with a new player specifically, cut them some slack, but don't enable them. If they show up to the first session empty-handed and only with the idea of like, yeah, so like I made my character and it's a half-orc fighter, and that's like the only thing that they have. They don't have stats, they don't have a character sheet, they don't have dice, nothing. Forgive them, teach them what they need to do going forward, and then encourage them to actually follow through. Because especially if they're a new player and they're just trying it out, they're not going to be incentivized to remember their spells or learn what their character does or like differentiate between AC and DC, right? And one of the biggest things that slows down a game is learning on the fly. Whether that is, wait, how exactly do you grapple someone, and like, is there rules for if I want to push this guy off a cliff? Versus like, okay, I cast Fireball. I don't know what Fireball does. It just sounds cool and I have the spell slot for it and I prepared it. You know, so those are things where you can't really speed that up except by putting in the work before the game is done. And those are situations where if someone wants to push someone off a cliff, or if the new player wants to, I don't know, spend their turn in combat trying to intimidate someone instead of attacking them, don't look up the rule for that, is my advice. Don't think, okay, on page 187 of the player's handbook, it talks about skill checks in combat, and it gives the example of an athletics check, so I'm going to use that for intimidation, but then I have to figure out in the monster stat block, blah, blah, blah. Don't do that. Just be like, okay, I think it would make sense for you to make an intimidation check, and I want you to beat like a DC 12. It can be as simple as that. And generally, that will be snappier, quicker, and cooler. Because what's more interesting? If someone yells like, drop your weapons, or else the only thing that will be dropped will be your head off your shoulders. Like, I don't know, that's just off the cuff. And they bellow that out as a challenge against the bandits. And then you spend 5 minutes trying to look up how that should like work, versus just saying, okay, make an intimidation check and I want you to get a 12 or higher. Like, it'll keep the momentum going. It'll keep the initiative spicy. And something else, this is for all players, but particularly with new players. Don't get upset if someone's on their phone. Don't get upset if someone doesn't look engaged. Don't get upset if someone isn't participating. Because I was actually talking about this in Celerity Dust's chat, another streamer, mostly on Twitch, but they also make YouTube videos, which I have chatted with them quite a bit. They're quite a fun person. And we were chatting about the idea of, I was in their chat and I was mentioning how a lot of the times the reason players don't engage with something is because it's not engaging. As fun as it is for like Aspen and myself to get in a conversation in character and we're talking about our backstories, if we're not like improv people, we're not theater kids, we're not actors, it's probably not going to be very interesting for Vamp or Aftercrash to listen. And especially if we're having a conversation for 10 plus minutes, they might go on their phone. They might tune out. They might have a quiet side conversation. And that's something where the instinct is to say, wow, they don't care about my game. They don't care about what's going on. But in reality, I found is that it's really just a matter of they've been caring for 2 hours already and they need a mental break. And there's nothing wrong with that. Some of the groups that I've run will have situations where people don't pay attention. People aren't engaged. People will kind of be in their own world doing their own thing. And it's unfortunate. But these are also the same groups that I have had some of the most interesting and engaged role-playing moments with, full stop. And it's really all relative, right? No one needs to be on their game 100% of the time, whether as a TTRPG player or just in life, you know? So. Also, I'm just going to keep giving more advice unless someone else brings up a different question, or unless, like, y'all are looking for a different topic. So feel free to ask any other questions in chat. It can be TTRPG related. It can be D&D related. It can be about me. It can be about content creation even. I'm by no means a large channel. I'm by no means a fantastically growing channel, but I'm happy to support in whatever way I can. I feel this for sure. The returning player in my group has some reservations about the game because the last time they played, the other players spent ages deliberating over their turns in combat, which made it difficult for them to stay engaged. So, I think there is a line to be drawn between deliberation and waffling, you know? So, if I'm on my turn, I'm a wizard. I have a lot of options available, right? Or I'm a cleric. Really any caster are the biggest offenders of this, but really anyone who has multiple abilities they can use on their turn is going to run into this, where it's, okay, there's the bugbear, and, well, if I really wanted to, I can, just for the sake of, because chat isn't visible anyway, I'm going to swap this around. Swap. And boop. So I just have paint in the background just for a visual aid. Oh, why is my, what the heck? My YouTube chat is not showing everything. Let me pull this down. Okay. Okay, my apologies. My OBS is being weird. But anyway, so if you have a fighter who is here, a bugbear, let me actually color coordinate this. Fighter who's there, a wizard who is there, and maybe a cleric who is there, and then you have a bugbear, a goblin, and a goblin archer, right? If you have this setup, then if I'm the wizard, I might be in a situation where, okay, the cleric is in danger. So I can walk up here and do a line AoE attack to just hit all of them. Alternatively, this goblin archer is just pinging us with arrows. I might want to maybe spend a cantrip to just take it out real quick. If I miss, that'd be a waste of my turn, but I could, without spending any resources, take out this archer who no one else is dealing with. Or maybe I want to cast a control spell on this bugbear, because this bugbear is going to overtake our fighter in about 2 turns. And our fighter is kind of like holding the front line, but they won't be able to hold it forever. So as the wizard, I have 1, 2, 3 options right there, right? So if I, as the wizard, am like, I don't really know what I need to do, like, I think that the cleric should be fine, so this isn't a threat. But like, do I go for 2 or do I go for 3? Then I might take a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, literally just thinking. I might not even be deciding yet. But if I'm the fighter, I might be like, hey, I'm staying out of this. I don't want to influence your decision because that's not how I have fun in this game. So as the fighter, don't think of it as I'm waiting on the wizard to finally make their decision. You have a stake in this, fighter. Think about it as, what's the wizard going to do? I don't want to influence their decision, but I know as the fighter that if I get hit one more time, I'm going down. The wizard didn't realize that, but I don't want to tell them because that's not how I like to play the game. So I am sitting on the edge of my seat waiting for the wizard to figure this out. And if I'm the cleric, maybe because one got crossed out, I feel comfortable discussing with the wizard, right? So maybe I'm saying, well, I have healing word, so even if the fighter goes down, then it won't be a matter. However, that goblin archer isn't really dealing that much damage, so maybe the cleric thinks it's not a big deal for either of these guys, and they can take these 2 goblins no problem. So suddenly you have a situation where the cleric is discussing, the wizard is deciding, and the fighter is, and oh my gosh, anticipating. And it doesn't matter if this takes 1 minute or 5 minutes. What matters is that everyone in the group, and then also you have the DM who is probably laughing. So suddenly, everyone in the party is engaged because of their frame of mind. And I was doing a little bit of a weird example. In all likelihood, this fighter probably isn't anticipating. This fighter is probably also wanting to discuss. So if you treat it as it's not the wizard's turn, it is how can the group come together to overcome this, and you kind of ignore the instinct a lot of people have, which is, metagaming, right? Because a lot of people will see this and be like, just meta? In my D&D game, I would rather die. I would burn my books in an offering to Wizards of the Coast before I stoop or let any of my players stoop to metagaming. But the people who say metagaming's so evil and you should never do it are also the people who constantly feel like the game is dragging, because that's when deciding does become a drag. That's when deciding does become just literally waiting around for the wizard to finally make up their mind. So I hope that kind of gave you a different perspective on this that you could present to this player, because the idea of D&D and TTRPGs is it's a collaborative experience. So while it might feel unfair to have the fighter tell the wizard tactics in my D&D game, exactly. While it might feel unfair for the fighter to quote unquote tell the wizard what to do on their turn, that doesn't actually cause any issues if they stick to suggesting. Because at the end of the day, the fighter might say, hey, I'm going to go down. Wizard, you need to take care of this bugbear or the front line is going to fall. And then suddenly you're going to be left open to this bugbear. But the wizard might decide it doesn't matter because the cleric can pick you up with healing word and this goblin archer is going to knock me out. So I'm going to go after the goblin archer, even though the fighter, quote unquote, told me to go after the bugbear. And you might not have that decision because the cleric didn't say anything or the fighter didn't feel comfortable speaking out. And honestly, this depends on what kind of game you're playing, but if you have a situation where wizard goes after goblin archer and not bugbear, once the party inevitably completes the encounter, how does the fighter respond to the wizard? How does the character role-playing change? Because the fighter, out of game, told the wizard out of game, hey, you should do this. And this feels like a D&D class. Well, I hope in a good way. I hope not in a boring way. Because, like, a D&D lesson, I am honored that I could teach anyone anything about D&D or tactics or encounter design. Whoa, free will in my TTRPG? But consider, what is it that so many players and DMs alike want their characters and players to do? Roleplay. And what is this other than a diegetic reason to introduce conflict into the party dynamic? Oh, thank you, Kismet, in a good way. Because think about it. The fighter starts arguing with the wizard, says, hey, I almost went down from that bugbear. The only reason I didn't is because it rolled a nat 1. Like, what gives? And so long as out of game, so long as the players are all on the same page, that it's all a story, that it's all roles that they're playing, this suddenly drips with atmosphere. And this is when you go from, hey, dang, that your backstory sucks, my backstory sucks too. Wow, we can connect because our backstories are so similar. To, no, we are two individuals working together, and I need to know I can trust you. I need to know that you have my back because you just showed me you didn't. And then maybe the cleric, who's, oh no, cleric right there, kind of steps in to be like, no, I could heal you. Everything was fine. You're overreacting, fighter. And then suddenly now we have, and this is just kind of my OC fan fiction that I'm writing in real time, but maybe the fighter is a hothead and doesn't listen. Maybe the wizard is indifferent because they're like an erudite, they're above these things. And maybe the cleric is a peacemaker. And maybe all of these are character traits they said at the beginning of the game. They said, hi, I'm playing half-orc fighter. My character is very hot-headed and stubborn. But then they never really got a chance to explore that because they aren't very comfortable or confident in their role-playing. This is a situation where they can say, no, I'm not going to listen to this. I don't care, cleric, that you could have healed me. I don't want to get knocked down. I want to defeat the bugbear. I want to XYZ. So that's just kind of another situation where, as players, you can take this sort of situation and kind of spin it into a narrative. However, that's also very much, this is more of what I would say, like I don't know, theater. Theater role-playing, because this is like, I don't know, most tables I've come across, all of the players are friends and no one really likes arguing. This is something that you put on for a performance, right? Maybe the fighter is just a twink and the wizard likes when they fall. Okay, well, if there's one thing you should know about me, this is not a safe space for twinks. This is a safe space for just about everyone except for twinks. There's also something to be said about being patient with newer players because they don't have intrinsic knowledge veterans do. That is also true. That's something where if a new player takes forever on their turn, that is something you want to be forgiving of, but not enabling of. So if they've taken, let me start here. So if the turn order is, so let's say new. Let's say the wizard is new, and then you have the fighter, bugbear, cleric, goblin archer. If the wizard is new, and then the first turn they take 5 min, and then the second turn they take 4 min, and then the third turn they take 1 min, we are happy. Because this means that they're learning. You and Cell are cut from the same cloth. I don't know if I agree with that. I think Cell is much softer than I am. I think I'm a bit more annoying. I think I'm a bit more of a menace. Though I think that we both have the same desire to teach. We have the same desire to cultivate creativity and inspiration in others, which, I also think that AE has that. I think a lot of people have that. I think a lot of streamers have that. But we both want to be supportive in our own ways. So I think Cell is definitely more of a cozy kind of supporter. I think I'm more of a, hey, want to see a dead body? So let's say that also the cleric is also new. And on the cleric's turn, they take 4 min. They take 4 min. And then they take 5 min. This is not good. Because this means that they're not... I mean, in terms of your of your opinions on Twinks, but that too, yes. Because as we all know, Celerity Dust, notorious Twink Slayer, I said don't kill the Twink at the start of Outer Worlds. They just did it. They just executed him. I tried to stop him. Annoying, endearing. I feel like that's a bit oxymoronic, but what am I if not a moron who consumes oxygen? But with this, let me fix this cleric. With this cleric, if they're new and they're going from 4 minutes to 4 minutes to 5 minutes, maybe this was a very tough round in the battle. Maybe the 4 minutes was because, like, this was the first round of combat, something big happened in the second round of combat, and then the third round of combat was just kind of normal. This demonstrates growth. This demonstrates understanding. And with this wizard, let's say next turn they take 5 minutes. This is something I would not give them a hard time on because they demonstrated their learning. And then learning is not 100% upward. Like, this is not learning. This is learning, right? And learning might also look like this. That is also acceptable. And of course, there's also the people who are like this. And that might be what the cleric is. Don't assume that the cleric will never understand. But this is where I would institute something like a timer. However, I would say the timer is like 3+ minutes. Because this is not, I don't care about the game. This is not necessarily, I'm not paying attention. This is, wait, how do spell slots work? Wait, so I prepared this one. Can I cast this other one I didn't prepare? Like, how does preparation work? Like, it doesn't necessarily mean that there's anything malicious there. Do not ascribe to malice what can be ascribed to ignorance, right? However, if you never indicate this is not acceptable behavior, they will be more inclined to have a graph that just kind of looks like this. And maybe you want them to be around there, and like right now you're there. So they're nowhere near where you want them to be, and eventually they'll get there. But do you want to wait 10 more sessions? 5 more sessions? And think about that in the amount of hours. If you're running 3 or 4 hour sessions, you're going to wait like 15 hours for them to actually get to a reasonable point? but the newbie is just built different and will never stop growing linearly. Eventually, they will pre-record all the actions they'll do in the next session. Wait, you don't? What do you mean built different? That's built correctly, Vamp. Like, come on. What are you, some kind of like loser who doesn't pre-plan all of your actions? Do you not play portent wizards in every single game you're in? Speaking of portent wizards, have you guys ever played a portent wizard? I love the portent divination wizard mechanic. Like, it's just so cool to me. The rest of the subclass, awful. Don't even touch it. But the way they handled like potency and divining the future in a game that relies so heavily on dice rolling is really cool. Let me know if anyone doesn't know what I'm talking about. As I munch on a pretzel. It's so good, yeah. Because the way the portent works is that every long rest, I believe you get you roll two, that's not a D. You roll 2d20s. You could say that class feature is the most important one. I've never played the subclass, actually. I'm following so far. So every long rest, you roll 2d20s. And let's say you get a 3 and a 14. Until your next long rest, before anyone you are aware of makes a attack roll, ability check, saving throw. So attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. You can replace their roll with whatever you rolled in your 2d20s. Only once each, though. So once per 3 and 14. So, for instance, if the boss is going to attack, so in that example before, if the wizard was a portent wizard, maybe they spent their turn attacking the goblin archer, but then they used their portent feature, and when the bugbear was going to strike against the fighter, they say, no, you don't get to roll attack. You get a 3. And then maybe the bugbear gets like +5, so it's 8 against AC, and that's a miss. So suddenly, the wizard, who spent all of his time being like, oh, what can I do, what can I do, what can I do, can be like, wait, I can do both. And maybe that's something they only understand after thinking through the entire situation for 4 straight minutes. And maybe that's something they only think of when the fighter reminds them, remember what your subclass feature does. Right? So this is all a situation where maybe it's entirely not an experience thing, it's just a thought process thing. You might have a veteran player who has been playing for 10 years, and they are the sort of person who, in order to make the choice they are most comfortable with, needs a couple minutes to think through their decisions. And the obvious answer is to think about it on other turns. And that is true for about like 80 to maybe 90% of your decisions. But it's unfair to say someone should have been paying attention the entire combat phase when combats can take 30 minutes minimum between your turn and your next turn. And on top of that, imagine that situation, that I was just describing with the wizard and goblin archer and all of that. But right before the wizard acted, the bugbear disengaged and ran right up to the wizard's face. That would change literally everything about the dynamic going on. And you would be expected to have just paid attention up until that point and have made a decision already, even though the decision you made didn't account for what just happened. So this is kind of a rant ramble of allow people the time to acclimate to initiative and combat and turns, but if you need to, give them a 3-minute timer, a 5-minute timer, a timer that you explain to them out of game. Do not do this like in game, and do not do this right before you do it. Be like, hey, I've noticed you take a long time on your turns, and I don't want to rush you. However, this is a cooperative game, and you thinking about your turn, as well as everyone thinking about their turns, slows the game down a lot. So in order to just ensure that we're not taking too long, I'm going to institute a timer. And the big thing you want to do is you want to make sure that you are not patronizing. Because we've all been there. We've all been someone who has been told, like, we've all been told not to do something we know not to do, or after we realize we made a mistake, someone says, hey, you really shouldn't have done that. That is the most frustrating thing, and all it does is make you resent the person telling you it just a little bit, right? Like, can't you read the, like, yes, I know I shouldn't have tried to skateboard off the roof. I get that, like, that I realized that based off of myself. Well, no, if you're a warlock, you don't want the DM patronizing you, you want your patron patronizing you. Although you could patronize someone else to become their patron, and you could and then they would support. Wait, yeah, if you're their patron, then you would support them on Patreon. Although I actually do have homebrew rules I wrote up, never tested because I never got the chance, but I just kind of wrote my own homebrew rules on player character warlocks with character classes. So what if I am a high level wizard? What does it look like if I am a patron for someone else? And what warlock abilities would they get under the wizard patron pact? Do you prefer a well-rounded character or an expert in a field that is deeply flawed in others, aka point buy versus rolling stats? I used to really enjoy rolling stats, and that's mostly because rolling dice is fun. However, like, have you ever run into the situation where, and actually, sorry. So my apologies. I couple thoughts at once. So we've all been there, right? The way I would roll stats, and I think this is very common, 4d6 drop the lowest. So if you get a 1, a 2, a 5, and a 6, you would drop the lowest, add these 3 together, and then your first. Okay, now I'm doing just art exercises. I would add these 3 together in order to get 13. So my first roll would be 13. And then let's say I do this 5 more times and I get a 12 and another 13 and a 9 and a 15 and then like a 10. And this is just before any modifiers, right? Not bad stats. I have a 15 that I can... Hello, silly! You've come to spread the trans agenda? Well, I mean, I don't really need spreading it here. I feel like I'm already doing that fine just by my presence. Although I have been called slurs on this channel before, and some of which I did not know were slurs. So, like, what's on the agenda tonight? Depends on who's paying the most. I don't know. Because when I think of that, I think of agenda as in like a gender individual. And then it's the idea like, who's on the agenda? I don't know. Who did they riz up? But always nice to have more folks drop by. This might not be a safe space for twinks, but this is a safe space for trans twinks. I must make that clear. If you're a trans twink, you get a pass. But back to D&D. Let's say this is my stat array. Let's say this is my stat array. And then let's say someone else in my party gets 15, 15, 14, also 9, 13, 12. And this is not the same, like I think all of you can clearly see this is not equal. I actually can just do, yeah. However, and it's not quite an equal chance of this sort of array and this sort of array, because 46 dropped the lowest. I think 3d6 is average of like 11.5. 46 dropped the lowest, I think is closer to like 13. So you're going to be around 12s most of the time. But it's no fun when one person just has a better character than you based off of no real incentive. I have gone around this by, I think Shadowrun might do something similar to this, but it's basically the idea of, instead of we each roll a 4d6, we each roll 6 sets of 4d6 collectively. If there's like 3 players, we would roll times, we would each roll our 4d6 in one giant pile of 66, not 4, in one giant pile of 18d6, and then we would round robin around the table, and I, going first, would say, does anyone mind if I take the 18 we rolled? Like, if we get a whole array, we might have rolled 118. Can I have the 18? I'm going to play a rogue, and Dex is like my one important stat. I'm comfortable taking low numbers, but like I need a really high Dex. And then, for instance, like Aspen and Di might say, sure, but you can't have anything else above a 15 then. And I would be like, don't worry, I just need my 18. And then maybe Di gets a 17 for their cleric's wisdom. Maybe Aspen gets a 16 for their bard's charisma. It's back to me. And even though there's another 16, I might say, okay, I took my 18. I'm going to take the 3 we rolled, because as a rogue, I don't care about strength. I'm going to throw my 3 on strength. So then it's kind of, we communally build a party, and so long as everyone is friends with each other, so long as everyone is in good spirits, even if one person has quote unquote better stats, like even with the 3, I might have just a better stat array if you add up all of my stats because I took the 18, but no one's going to get upset at me because we all agreed to it, right? Hi, Di. Yeah, if you want to be a cleric, you could be something else if you want. I just chose randomly. Your average Overwatch player. How am I doing? I've been watching stuff. I saw your Left 4 Dead video. Why, thank you. It actually inspired some mechanical changes in my Cyberpunk Red campaign. Do tell. I'm curious how you'd implement that in Cyberpunk. I was gonna play in a Cyberpunk game like a couple months ago now, but it just never ended up going through. The DM was like, this is way more complicated than I thought it was going to be. But Cyberpunk is a system I'm interested in, particularly because I think the Chrome to humanity like balance is what interests me the most. And plus Cyberpunk is just cool, you know? I was a fan of Cyberpunk Edgerunners, if anyone has seen that. I haven't played Cyberpunk 2077. I heard because it was a buggy mess when it came out. Can you be the wizard? Sure, you can be the wizard. I'm just grabbing random chatter names for explanations, because I find it's easier than saying like player X, player Y, and plus you get to be like, yeah, I'm a cleric. Yeah, and those who have multi-stat classes like paladin and monk can have 2 medium rolls. Exactly. If I'm a paladin, if I'm like a strength-based paladin, I might be like, hey, can I get greedy? Like, I see we have like an 18, a 17, and 2 16s. I get that it would be a lot to ask for the 18 and 17. Can I just have the two 16s? Like 16 strength, 16 charisma? And then suddenly no one feels bad because I have 2 stats at a +3. Everyone's like, no, you need that. We support you, but you're not getting the 17 and the 18. Honestly, that just seems like a really fun way to do character creation, balance reads, and stats. No, absolutely. It's way more communal. And that's why I said I think it might be a Shadowrun thing that I stole it from. Or maybe it's just like D&D Advice Online I saw, but it's the idea of you're making your characters as a party. And you're all supporting one another. And in Paranoia, there's a mechanic where you make your for those of you unaware, and I'll get back to my method, because this is actually not my method that I use currently. I use a different method for stats. So don't let me forget that. I want to come back to that. But Paranoia is a game where you are all in this place called Alpha Complex, and it is run by this completely insane computer called Friend Computer, who, after a global thermonuclear war, got corrupted and got basically a bunch of Cold War propaganda downloaded into it. And it believes that the root cause of all evil is communists. So all of you are working with Friend Computer to root out all of the communists and the mutants and the there's one more, traitors, communist mutant traitors. And the fun part is that all of you are secretly communists and mutants and traitors. And all of you know this, but you have to prove it to Friend Computer. And it's a TTRPG system. And in character creation, what you do is that you assign tags to certain, and this is at least first edition, because I've only played the first edition of Paranoia. You assign tags to what you're good at. So you might be like a computer whiz, and then that would give you a bonus to like computer engineering checks. But then also you have negative traits, and instead of you applying your own, you apply a negative trait to the person sitting to the left of you. So it breeds paranoia, because suddenly you're this like suave, smooth talker who like can talk their way into anyone's heart and like bootlick their way up the corporate hierarchy. But someone gave you a tag that said like I don't know, caught embezzling from a green troubleshooter. So now suddenly no one likes you because you were caught stealing from a higher up, and then there's going to be the stigma against you, and then you don't get to get back at them because it's only the person on your left. So during the game, you're constantly like, oh, how do I get back at them? How do I like out them to Friend Computer? But then what you don't realize is that the person to your left, who you said is a suspected nymphomaniac, I don't know, as a trait, they are doing the exact same thing to you, because you said that thinking, oh, it's not a big deal, it won't come up that often, I'm gonna like give them a softball. It ruined their character in their mind, and now they want to get back at you as you're trying to get back at the person on your right. So it's very fun, and that's another way of like collaborative character creation that's very fun. So for the Cyberpunk Red campaign, in your campaign, you use a lot of abilities and such that I have homebrewed that let enemies or players limit other people's chromes and such. By the way, I know my username here doesn't show up. You can just call me V or Violet. Cool. Anyways, the way I implemented the rule was that I enhanced the hold action feature as part of that. Essentially, in that game, held actions are a bit weird. I get excited about absolute terrible stats just because it's funnier that way, especially when I put 3 in con, so my sorcerer gets a chance to drop dead on level up. I beg my GMs to give me room for at least one bad stat. And that's why I think that the communal rolling is so much fun, is because suddenly it's not, oh, I have 13s across the board, Vi has 15s and 14s across the board, and then Vamp has like a 10, a 12, a 14, a 15, and like 2 5s. Yeah, it's fun to have 5s, but when you're looking at someone who has like double your total stats, it's less fun. And the way I got around that is the way I do stats is I have my players do standard array, which is 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, 8. And every player will get this exact same standard array of stats. However, what I do is I give them +1, +1, +1, -1. And what I say is assign your stats, and then you have 3 floating +1s and a floating -1. You have to assign all of them. So what you'll do is that you might have, I don't know, if you want to go really big, like that rogue example, you put all of these +3 to make this 15 and 18. And then your -1, if you don't care about strength, that 8 becomes a 7. Suddenly you have a really good stat and a really bad stat, which is very fun not only for mechanics but also for role-playing. Meanwhile, someone else might say, I'm going to put 1 of my +1s. Actually, I'll just 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, 8. Someone else will take 1 of them and make this a 16. We'll take 2 of them, make this also a 16. And then this one knocks down the 13 down to a 12. So they didn't actually lose a modifier. And while they don't have anything fantastic, they have 2 16s. And then yet another person might say, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give +1 and -1 to the same stat. So it cancels out. And now I just get a free +2. And then I'm going to throw that on my 14. So now I have a 16. So this is 3 different stat arrays, all from that same standard array, but one person has a super high stat and a super low stat. One person has 2 really good stats and didn't suffer any effective penalties from that -1. Another person just said, screw the minus, I don't want it, and then got a very rounded stat array where nothing is too high, nothing is too low. Sorry, took a sec to explain it correctly, but essentially I allow my players to hold chrome actions when they lose access to something like their arm. Interesting. So when you say lose their arm, do you mean like if it's blown off? Like if they physically, like it is detached from them? Sorry, I'm consuming pretzels because they are not the objectively correct snack, but they are my favorite snack. Let's double check this real quick. Boop, boop. Playing around with my chat. Boop, boop. More like if it's restricted temporarily, like an EMP. Like if they're gonna hold a punch, it punches once they break free. Oh, so it's less like their arm is turned off and more like it's put in stasis. So it's like they're halfway through the punch, they already gave the command, and then only once the EMP wears off that the command executes. That's really cool. And then I see how that kind of ties into the Left 4 Dead concept, because for those of you who didn't watch my Left 4 Dead video, first of all, shame on you. Second of all, the idea behind that is in the game Left 4 Dead, it's a co-op horde shooter filled with zombies. And the vast majority of the zombies are just normal. They run at you, they die in like 2 hits. It's a horde shooter. But a good amount of them have different capacities that will immediately incapacitate you. And coming from like a D&D turn-based angle, that sounds like it sucks. Because imagine you're playing the game and then suddenly, without any warning, or maybe with like a half second of warning, you just stop playing because you're trapped. But it works in the real-time game Left 4 Dead because it incentivizes cooperation, because you can't break free when a charger pins you against a wall or when a smoker wraps you up in its tongue. You have to have your friend help you. So that means you're going to trust your friend, or you're not going to trust your friend because they stand in front of you and laugh at you as you're taking damage. And then I made the thesis, if this works for a real-time co-op horde shooter, why does it work for a turn-based co-op game like D&D? So if your turn gets skipped because you fail to save, why is your turn skipped? Why not, if you fail your save and then the cleric dispel magics you, why can't you then act once you're dispelled? And that's the thesis I made. So it's very cool to see Vi being able to implement that in effectively the same mechanic, but in a completely different flavored way, because it's literal mechanics. It's like robot stuff. I love pretzels and peanut butter. Pretzels and peanut butter is goated. I tend to just eat pretzels. Like, I eat them dry. I don't have them with pretzel all the time, with peanut butter all the time. But just like, I don't know. Whenever I have peanut butter, I normally have it just like in a big scoop. Does anyone else do that? Just like a big scoop of peanut butter, like a big spoonful. When I was in university, one of the best snacks I had is I had Ritz crackers and I had peanut butter, and I'd just take the Ritz cracker, because it was my peanut butter, like no one else was having peanut butter. Just take the Ritz cracker and I would just use that as a little like edible scooper, and I would stick it in the peanut butter jar and just scoop up some peanut butter and chop it. And it's not only tasty because it's like the salty and the peanut butter, but it's also like really healthy because it's peanut butter, which is kind of high on sugar. Not gonna lie, like I have like Jif, but it's protein from that. It's fairly light in calories, particularly when you're not having too many. Gimme pretzels. See, we got some pretzel enjoyers in chat. Yeah, like pause action, and I don't fully disable all Chrome either. You're a big fan of Left 4 Dead games, so that video gripped me the second I heard both of my hobbies and interests in one video. That was the hope. I'm not sure how many Left 4 Dead folks there still are, but how many of you are like VTuber enjoyers? Like, how many of you are here for, because I'm a VTuber, not just here for D&D? Because there's a VTubing agency called VShojo, and one of its members is actually recently, in the past couple of months, befriended a more like traditional like gaming YouTuber and streamer called Bricky. And he's like an old head. Like he loves his classic games, his classic co-op. So what he did is he introduced her and Matara-Con, for those of you who don't know. He introduced Matara-Con and a lot of the VShojo folks to Left 4 Dead, and they had this big 8-person tournament of 4v4. And that's like the most attention Left 4 Dead 2 has gotten in probably years. So I'm glad to see other folks are enjoying it. Welcome back, After Crash. Going into that, I have other homebrew stuff for helping people get stuff working, which is why the tech role is important in my campaigns. When I click... well, yeah, when you click on the Discord link, it's the pirate software. Yeah, I said that the Discord is a cool Discord. I did not say it was my cool Discord. You're here for both, and also because trans community. Base... Listen, my audience is like trans D&D people, and I think that like 1/3 of that also are interested in VTubers. I'm here for D&D mainly, but I like your model, and also because transgender, and that's base. You hate VTubers, shaking my head. Well, I hate me too. Like, wanna like get out of this place sometime and like wink wonk. and one not VTube trans D&D peep. Well, you're a VTube peep. You're a VTuber. You're just a Splatoon VTuber. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Wait, and you're also trans. Get out of here with that. You fit 2 of the 3 demographics. Also, sorry if I broke your derail rule. I sometimes am bad at explaining and go on short rants. Well, see, the thing with the derail rule, really, I'm pretty rules light. It's mostly just so I have something to point to. And the thing with derailing is, particularly with this few amount of people, and I don't say that disparagingly, I just mean that in terms of there's not a lot of people here. If all of you were in a room, it would still be a lot of people for a room, but it wouldn't be like overflowing or anything. So derailing is more completely unrelated. If you remember, like, Aspen randomly asked me, hey, do you have any advice on like running for a new player? It's related. It's D&D. It's you were asking about like Cyberpunk and Left 4 Dead, so we chillin'. It's mostly for like completely unrelated stuff, and just really so that I have my rules in writing, so I'm not just making it up as I go. I will also say, because this is my first YouTube stream, and this is only my second stream, blanketly, I wasn't gonna treat this as like a dedicated FAQ. However, if you want, I'm happy to answer whatever questions you got, again, either about me or about TTRPGs or content creation or whatever you want to know. So there aren't too many off-topic things to derail here. Here because soothing voice. You know, I've gotten a couple comments about that, and I'm so surprised every time I hear it. Oh, I forgot to fix my EQ, dang it. Someone commented on one of my videos earlier today that I sound kind of boxy, and one of the things with my voice equalizer is that there's a specific vocal frequency range that you can mess with in order to sound less boxy. So I wanted to do that, I forgot. Although the fact I keep getting compliments on my voice is I appreciate and I'm very humbled by, though I am also a bit confused by, because outside of just like, oh no, I don't like my voice, it's also just I don't think my voice, or I didn't think my voice was one of my strongest aspects. So I'm happy to know that some people enjoy it, and some people enjoy it enough to comment. It's very appreciated. And I hope to constantly strive, particularly because, and part of why it's so weird is because I very much see myself as still in a transitory state in my voice. If you look at my content, I sound very different than I did a few months ago, and I sound way more, well, that's mostly because I got an equalizer, but I sound way different than I did last year because I didn't have an equalizer, I didn't have this mic, and also, I was far less experienced with voice training. So like trans voice training. Yeah, just not D&D after crash. Yeah, sure, just hit me up. Yeah, Vampa, I'll just hit you up and with my car, I'll slam into you over in Britain, where I'm sure that you're located. Give you some beans on toast on my way out. I barely play Splatoon now. No, well, no one's playing Splatoon because they shut down the servers. And for those of you aware with Rin Penrose, the VTuber, who is like obsessed with Splatoon, was literally playing, I think it's Splatfest, or it's like some multiplayer mode on Splatoon 1, literally until she was forcibly disconnected by the servers being shut down. All good, I just wanted to get that clear in my head because I have autism. No worries. I cannot claim to have autism because I've never been diagnosed, and I have never been tested even, although I did get a very high score on the RADSR, so I suspect I might be as well. But I am very much someone who, I prefer being direct, I prefer being straight up, I prefer a lack of ambiguity when I am trying to be serious. So I would let you know if I was bothered. by you derailing. And again, I really don't plan on banning anyone unless you're being dumb. I'll probably just be like, hey, get it back on track. Like, calm down now. But no worries. I'll be sure to give anyone a gentle reminder if they need it. And if anyone needs to get booted, I'll do so. Ooh, crime. Let's go. Woo, crime. I'm curious what your favorite non-D&D TTRPG systems are. Gotta take a drink for this. So, I have a lot. Actually, one of the first videos I wanted to make was, I was going to title it like, reasons you shouldn't play D&D, and I was going to talk about various other RPG systems, TTRPG systems that you could play. But at the moment, the two main frameworks, I'll call them, that I have been loving is City of Mist, and that's a system, and then World of Darkness, which that's more of a setting because it has systems within it. I only have experience with Vampire the Masquerade. However, the whole suite of them, like Hunter the Reckoning, Werewolf, all of them, I want to get more into. And I have been, and for those of you who have seen me in Celerity Dust chat, I have been an absolute menace, constantly talking about World of Darkness there. And I was thinking I was going to yap about it here. Though that would be like a full-on conversation. Honestly, excuse me, yapping about World of Darkness could probably be an entire stream. So I can give you the short answer now, but the short answer is it's goth, smash. You're a real one if you understand that reference. That was like one of my first like big videos, but I love the World of Darkness suite, less so because I like how grimdark it is, and more so because the storyteller system is really interesting for me. And the modularity of it is something that's very attractive for me, because the way World of Darkness, so World of Darkness, and I'll do, that's not a 5. 5, or no, sorry, V5 is, I think. So I'll only talk about the V5. So World of Darkness is a setting, and under it, they have, I'll just do Vampire the Masquerade, Hunter the Reckoning, and they have Werewolf the Apocalypse. I know you weren't referring to me, but some of my favorite non-D&D TTRPG systems are Cyberpunk, Triangle Agency, haven't heard of that one, Fallout RPG, even though it's kind of bad, checks out, and some homebrew systems I've made. I've been interested in playing Cyberpunk, but haven't managed to find a group to run it for. Yeah, that's always the issue, particularly if you play in a group that's like D&D only. I understand the struggle. Cyberpunk is rough sometimes because it's one of those RPG communities plagued by paid DMs. Interesting. Oh, I remember I made a D&D inspired D20 setting for playing Genshin Impact as a TTRPG. Nice. I helped clear a hoarder's house that gave me 2 giant bins filled with World of Darkness stuff. Ooh. And some old Cyberpunk stuff. Nice. So the thing with World of Darkness is that it's a setting more than anything, but it's all under the storyteller system. And the way that works is that character creation is about 60% identical for all 3 of these systems. Right? So it's all the storyteller system, meaning you have the same stats. They all mean the same things. You have the same array of skills, and you can assign points in the same way. And then another like 20% of the character is similar but distinct aspects. So this is something like, for those of you aware what touchstones are, when you're a vampire, the core conceit is that you are you are a human turned monster. And one of the core things of the game is trying to retain your humanity and stave off how monstrous you are. So there's something called touchstones, which in Hunter the Reckoning, where you are just a human, touchstones really don't do much, and I'm a bit disappointed by that. And I'm actually unfamiliar how they work in Werewolf, but in Werewolf you are a lichen. You are a Garrow. You are a werewolf. You are not human. You were never human. You were born a werewolf and you will die a werewolf. And I'm unfamiliar how they work in Werewolf because I haven't read the book. However, I've read both Hunter and Vampire. And in Vampire, where Hunter touchstones are people in your life who are outside of the hunting lifestyle, like it might be your wife, or it might be your spouse, or your sibling, or your parent, or like maybe your friend, who are not connected to all of the monster hunting. In Vampire, it's here is someone from my life that reminds me of who I used to be. And you have mechanical bonuses for helping them and mechanical penalties for letting harm come to them, whether real or perceived. So if I, as a vampire, and let's say my character has a sibling who is my touchstone, if I drink from my sibling's blood, or I let my sibling get injured or die, or maybe my sibling becomes a vampire because someone else turns them, I will be penalized because I'm losing my humanity. I'm losing my tether to who I was. So that's like the 20%. So it's like 60, 20, 20. And that final 20% are unique mechanics. And this is like your abilities. This is, what are my vampire powers? What can I do with vampires? Like, I can control people's minds as a vampire. I can leap superhuman distances. I can turn invisible. Well, not quite, but basically. As a hunter, I might have a holy artifact that repels the undead. I might have a drone that has high-tech hacking surveillance gear. I might have a contact that I can like purchase on the black market heavy ordnance and like get like actually demolition charges involved. And then in Werewolf, that's more like werewolf powers. That's like I might be a spirit sage, or I might have a special breed of like battle fury that I can go into. So it's 60% identical, 20% similar, and 20% completely thematically unique. Vampire the Masquerade sounds like a fun game to play with my boyfriend in our group. Does Vampire the Masquerade allow you to use players as touchstones? No. And that's because you are all Actually, I take that back. Yes, but you cannot have vampires as touchstones. So there is a show I'm going to shill right now. It is called LA by Night. It is an actual play series on YouTube that concluded like, I don't know, like 3 or 4 years ago at this point. And it went on for like 5 seasons, run by the like a community director or like the creative lead of the studio behind World of Darkness. What's his name? It's Jason something. Let me look this up real quick. Oh no, I'll just keep going. But it involves a bunch of like really prominent folks in the TTRPG space. Like Erika Ishii is one of the main characters. Matt Mercer, Brendan Lee Mulligan, most of the Critical Role cast, they all come in as cameos. A lot of people tied to Geek and Sundry like are brought on at various points. Alex Ward, who is a very prominent like monster actor, is actually one of the main characters. And what they do is all of the main cast, it starts with 4 and eventually expands to 6, are all vampires. However, they bring in other players to play as humans and ghouls, which are humans that have drank vampire blood and have vampiric powers but are not true vampires. They have other players come in as werewolves and other non-vampiric characters. So often in LA by Night, a character's touchstone will be mentioned, and then an actual player will come in and play as the touchstone. And there are situations where someone's player character, like someone's touchstone, like they express a little bit too much agency. They express, no, I want to be a vampire. You should make me a vampire. And the player has to like argue with another player to be like, no, I'm not going to turn you into a vampire. And it is some of the most compelling drama I've seen in an actual play. So I highly, highly recommend Vampire the Masquerade, World of Darkness. And the really nice thing is because it's like this 60-20-20, you can have a coterie, is what they're called, of 2 vampires, 2 hunters, and 2 werewolves. And in older editions, you could have 1 vampire, 1 hunter, 1 werewolf, 1 wraith, which is like a ghost, 1 mage, which is like someone, who can like break reality and like reality bend. It's super cool and modular. So World of Darkness is probably something that I want to just like, I will not shut up about, particularly because like vampire powers, the way vampire disciplines work. I'll mention this and then I'll move on to City of Mist because I haven't talked about City of Mist and I really want to. The way vampire powers work is that they're divided into disciplines, which, oh my gosh, I can talk about resonances. Oh, okay. Y'all need to tell me to stop. So the way disciplines work is that they're divided into the way powers work is that they're divided into disciplines. So it might be domination. That's all about like mental influence. It's all about like mentally controlling someone. But then there's also like I think this is how you spell presence. That's not how you spell presence. And that's like emotionally influencing people. It's making people like you. It's making people scared of you. It's making people infatuated with you. Domination is, I tell you to do something and you're going to do it because you're mind controlled. Presence is, oh, wow. Like, Vi is like looking pretty scary tonight. I don't want to mess with them. But it's not actually compelling them to do anything. And then there's like potence, which is raw physical strength. And the thing about this is you will put a dot. There are 5 dots you can have. And when you mark a dot, you get a level 1 power. And there will be like 2 level 1 domination powers. And then when I put my second dot in, I can either grab another level 1 power, so like a second one, or I can grab a level 2 power. And then when I grab my third, I can either grab any of the level 1 or level 2 powers I missed, or a level 3 power. And obviously the higher level ones are more powerful, but maybe I'm someone who I like the level 1 powers for potence. I like soaring leap, which is just like, oh, I can jump really far, which doesn't sound very powerful, but like, it's very creative that you can get into it. And lethal body, which is I can basically my body is as dangerous as if I had weapons, so I deal more damage against mortals. So maybe I don't care about whatever the level 2 ability is. So I see there's 5 dots. I go, okay, for my first dot, I grab soaring leap. For my second dot, instead of grabbing whatever this is, because I don't care, I'm going to grab lethal body. And then I just ignore potence. I don't need to worry about potence. Or maybe I put in a third dot, and then there's this third power. So then I grabbed that. So I just skipped over level 2 because I don't care about it. And the powers, so the way you cast powers, you always look scary. Well, I wouldn't know. I haven't seen you before. So I'm erring on the side of caution by. I'm playing it smart. I'm keeping a screen between you and me. The way powers work is that I say I want to activate Awe, which is a level 1 presence power. And you want to know what I have to do in order to activate Awe? I have to say I activate Awe. There's 0 cost. I can do this as many times as I want. I can, and what Awe does is that it's basically everyone around you thinks you're supernaturally attractive. They think you're supernaturally just like, oh, I want to get to know this person. Like they're charismatic. There's vibes about them. I just want to get to know them. And you get mechanical bonuses to like interacting with them in positive ways. However, I can just literally never drop Awe and suffer 0 consequences, except for unless I want to be unnoticed. If I want to go under the radar, then I'll probably want to drop it. But there's no reason for me not to just always have Awe up. Domination. One of them is cloud memory. Being hot is a purchasable. No, so being hot is not only a purchasable ability, it's also a purchasable stat where you can put points in it and you can be, I think it's beautiful and stunning. And that's just like you're naturally hot. Like independent of being a supernatural vampire, you're just literally so hot you get bonuses to dice. You can also put points into being ugly and being repulsive, and independent of being a vampire, you are so ugly people like get you get penalties to interacting with people. Being dominant is a personality trait, purchasable ability. You can purchase the ability to be like hentai tag mind broken. And that is an actual flaw you can take. It's like weak-willed or something, and that you can get mentally controlled really easily. It's very silly. But if you take the level 1 ability Cloud Memory, do you want to know what this does? Do you want to know what the level 1, the ability you can grab at character creation? If you become a vampire tonight, the ability you can do tonight, I look you in the eye and I say forget, and you forgot the last 10 minutes that happened. Like, I think you need to consider that for a moment. For free, an infinite amount of times, you can look someone in the eye and make them forget the last 10 minutes happened. No, you cannot be the hentai protagonist post-episode. Wait, that's a protagonist. Like post-episode, like after episode? No, it's literally the Men in Black memory eraser. Put points into being sub. I mean, you can. It's actually a flaw. It's a flaw that gives you more points to put in other things, but for free, as a vampire that turned into a vampire last night, you can Men in Black memory eraser anyone. And the cool thing, you do it for literally free, 0 consequences, no way around it for mortals. For a human, they have, if they don't know what's going on, you can just do it. If they are like, if they know what you are, if they know you're a vampire, if they're a hunter, they're prepared for it. Well, so no, I'm here to tell you, being submissive is not a flaw. Being dominant is not a flaw. We are positive here. We support everyone. Unless you're a twink. In that case, like, get out of here. We don't want you. But if you're a sub, this is a safe space for you. I'm just gonna use my vampire domination powers on you. I guess. I don't know. Anyway, so... Oh, dang it. MS Paint... Why did you disappear? MS Paint. Come back. Gary, come home. Let me see if I can just restart it. Oh, hello, Celerity. I've been chatting about you quite a bit. In D&D myself, so being active, but how dare you start talking about World of Darkness? How dare I, indeed. There we go. We're back. I'm the female version of a twink. So when you say that, like, are you just... I mean, obviously, whatever you're comfortable sharing, because I would never want to put someone in a situation where they feel compelled to reveal stuff they're not comfortable sharing. But, like, are you just kind of like femme? Like, you're just... Unless you mean, like, you look like a twink, but you happen to be female. But anyway, as you answer that, the cloud memory is really cool because one of the first things you can do with it, like the first domination abilities, you can just men in black someone. If they're a mortal and they don't know what's going on, it just happens. They have no recourse because they're a dumb, stupid mortal and you're a cool, awesome vampire. But if they are a human who does know what's going on, or they're a vampire, they get to roll to resist. And you actually have to make a contested check. But if they are a vampire who is of a... I think it's of a lower generation than you. And basically the way vampires work in World of Darkness is that the original vampire in lore, some would dispute this, but it's basically alluded to. The first vampire in the lore of the game is like the biblical Cain. Like Cain who killed his brother, got cursed to be a vampire, cast out of such and so forth. So the closer you are to Cain, the more powerful of a vampire you are. So the idea of a second generation vampire is one of the childer that Cain produced. And a third generation vampire is one of the childer vampires of one of Cain's childer. So generally in vampire, you're going to play like a 13th generation or a 14th generation vampire. But often you'll run into vampires that are 10th generation or 9th generation. So nowhere near close to the beginning, but still better than you. No, literally, like God punished Cain by giving him superpowers in this setting. And like, there was like a group of mages who wanted eternal life, so they turned into vampires. There was a group of vampires who wanted to do something like crazy, so they got like they turned into mummies. Like World of Darkness is wild. But anyway, the lower generation you are, the closer you are to Cain, the more powerful you are. So if any vampire uses a domination power on you, if you are of a lower generation of them, so if a 13th generation vampire tries to dominate a 10th generation vampire, you can just say no. And that is unique to domination, actually, where it's because you are more powerful innately, you have more pure blood of Cain in you. You can just say no, you. I'm the female version of Twink. I am a trans woman, but don't mind my mask traits, if that makes sense. I mean, no, I feel that. I consider myself like more non-binary femme expressing, but I find that just trans femme is easier to say. It's more recognizable. I think my goal is tomboy. Like, I'm not looking to be hyper femme. I think that butch female or like masculine-esque but still distinctly feminine is like my goal. I like androgyny. So I feel you. I feel you, Vi. Bro, watch this. I'm about to ruin Blood's whole career. But that's the really cool thing about domination is because it's so powerful. You can say, do this, and you have to do it. You can say, forget what just happened. You can control someone's mind. Can I be willingly dominated by a lower vampire? Yes, you can. You can also let someone use the dominated discipline on you. I'm learning today that all of my chat is filled with subs. However, I shouldn't be surprised because all of you watch VTubers. Again, this is a safe space for subs and doms and bottoms and tops, just not twinks. Tomboy supremacy, let's go. You can willingly allow your subscriber. I'm not a sub. I was arguing in favor of subs. Yeah, that's what they all say. Yeah, oh no, I'm not a sub. I'm just a really good ally of subs. Y'all are incredibly silly, goofy even. Speaking up for my sub brethren. Subs, rise up. All right, let's get some heart reactions in chat. If you are a submissive and breedable twink. I always dom, but wish someone to dom me, but they have to suppress my natural dom energy. I mean, valid, you know? Which hasn't happened yet. Oh my gosh. I was talking about World of Darkness a second ago. What terror hath I wrought upon my own chat? My nickname in 2 of my groups are Silly Gal, so yeah, I mean, sometimes you just gotta be a silly gal, and ain't nothing wrong with that. And just to wrap up the World of Darkness talk real quick, and then I'm gonna hop over to City of Mist unless anyone else has any other questions, because I'm still answering that one question about freaking what's my favorite non-D&D TTRPG systems. But another first level immediate right when you become a vampire ability you can get is from a discipline called obfuscation. And one of the first abilities you can do is you can invisible. You can go invisible. Again, it costs nothing. You can do it an infinite amount of times, but you have to stand still. So that's a little bit of a bummer. Like, you can creep in the corner, you can stand in place and go invisible, but you can't move. However, there's a level 2 ability, a level 2 power, which is the exact same thing, but you can move. And for the record, you can skip this to just kind of go over to the level 2 ability if you grab the other level 1 power. However, this costs a rouse check. And you can still do it an infinite amount of time, but you have to rouse your vampiric blood in order to use it. The way a rouse check works is that World of Darkness runs off of a D10 system. And the various dice have I think it's a 6 or higher is a success, a 5 or lower is a failure. So it's a 50-50. With the 1 is a like critical failure, and the 10 is like a critical success. And the thing with a rouse check is if you roll it and you get a 6 or higher, hey, good job. Nothing happens. You don't suffer any adverse effects. You go invisible. The thing happens. You stop. You know, I should have thought that when I started mentioning a rouse check that we were just talking about subs and domination. You know what? I can't even be mad. I brought this on myself. But anyway, so you make a rouse check. If you make it, hey, good for you. Nothing bad happens. If you fail, you get hungrier, and you're a vampire, so you want to drink blood. So what happens with that is that, hey, you have different levels of hunger from 0 to 5. And the more hunger you have, the more of your dice you have to replace with blood dice. And basically, blood dice are identical to normal dice, but if you roll a critical success or a critical failure, something bad happens because it's the beast taking over. Remember, this is a game where you're a human turned into a monster trying to hold on to your humanity. So bad stuff happens when you let the monster take over. So theoretically, if you're rolling hot, you could roll a rouse check and then go invisible, and then later roll another rouse check and stay in and go invisible without failing, and just keep rolling. Or you could fail, and then you could do another thing and you could fail again, and suddenly you're at 2 hunger. Then you could fail again and you're at 3 hunger. Now every time you roll, you have 3 blood dice and 3 chances out of your dice pool to fail horribly. Okay, let me talk about what you degenerates are bringing up. Wait, you aren't talking about World of Darkness /J? Dom equivalent of trying to find a fighter better than you but being too good of a Kung Fu master? Arouse like arousal. Talking about domination, subs, and rousing definitely gives this discussion a mood for sure. This conversation in chat is starting to arouse suspicion. You're welcome. Listen, I brought this up, and I brought up the idea of starting a chat-wide polycule. If that's the vibe y'all want, that's the vibe y'all can have. I'm not gonna feed into it though. I'll just kind of look upon you. You know the vine of like the girl waddling away, and then the camera just pans to her father, and he just looks so disappointed. That's what I am with you guys. Oh my goodness. Vine? Yeah, I'm old. In case you hadn't figured out based off of context clues, I'm old for the internet. Yeah, in this day and age, it's not very fresh, but it is ripe. Vine brings back memories to middle school. Yeah. Yeah, Vine had its heyday. And, okay. I think because we just hit 2 hours, I'm going to take a quick bio break. However, first, you remember the days before TikTok and the Mamster Chief? My heart reaction is in the way, so I can't read that final line, but the soda. But I'm going to take a bio break real quick. But first I need to confirm, like, have I been gaslit? Because I keep thinking Vine was popular before I was even allowed to have a phone. Vine was hated back in the day, right? Like, am I making that up where, like, back when Vine was actually alive and kicking, no one, like, everyone hated it, everyone clowned on it, kind of like they did with TikTok. And then as soon as Vine went away, everyone was like, no, I miss Vine. Maybe it's just because I was a YouTube girly. Like, I wasn't on Vine. I got my Vines, like, second or third hand. But I remember people, like, treating Vine much the same way that they treated, like, TikTok when it came out. Yeah, definitely after a couple of years, folks warmed up to it, and the more legitimately hilarious and quotable clips came out of it, I think the more people liked it. But I remember people bemoaning Vine dying, and then I was just like, didn't everyone hate this like just the other year? People clowned on it because it was a new thing. Same with YouTube when it was becoming popular, if that makes sense. Yeah. And people are resistant to change, which is always unfortunate, but isn't always a problem. Yeah, it was the fountain of silly content everyone hates. We need a bit of silliness, right? Like, with everything going on in the world, we need some silliness. And you can take that sentence and apply it to like any time period and it will fit. Doesn't matter if you're talking about now or before. Well, missed opportunity to keep gaslighting you. I am a gaslight gatekeep girl boss. And I would never gaslight you. That's crazy. Like, I care about you. You think that I would manipulate you? Why would you? That's so hurtful. Why would you say that about me? Honestly, I think you're the one who's trying to gaslight me by telling me that I would gaslight you. I'm hurt. I want you to think about that. And I'll be back after I like take a bio break and do my Duolingo because I haven't done it today yet. And I'm back. And I was gonna come in here and be like, hey, chat, I just did my Duolingo, and freaking, this is the first time I think in like a year and a couple months that I actually failed 5 times in a lesson, and I had to like buy more hearts, like with gems. And then I saw that you were spamming the bio break was an inside job, which y'all are dorks. What? No, I don't want to click ChatGPT. Brave browser, why do you do this? How could you betray me? Yes, I tried checking out Stream Elements to see if I could display YouTube chat via that. No idea. Not sure how to do that. You learned a couple of languages with Duolingo. Which ones, if I might ask? Oh, I don't know what you're spamming. I got the feeling that this bio break was an inside job. Let me turn down this music a bit more. Also, I did not say this at the beginning of the stream. Audio check. I'm assuming you guys have heard me fine because you've been talking to me. However, can you hear me fine? Is the music too loud? Ooh. Russian, German, tried Japanese, and has some friends teaching you a bit of Estonian. Oh. Interesting. So I have to grab my chat manually. Yeah, it's not spamming if only one person said it. So we're back on the gaslighting train, I see. Well, I'm glad that you can hear me fine. I'm very happy about that. So if a lot of voices, so I do a lot of voices for my campaign, so I learned a lot of phrases and languages to help me do that. Interesting. So do you just add in phrases of other languages to just kind of add character to that? As you answer that, I'm gonna... We doing live scuff maintenance. I go you. Customization. As you can tell, I am not... I am not a streaming girly. I am struggling is what I'm doing. Let us... that learning languages can also give your accents more repertoire. Yeah, because, I mean, it's a natural consequence, right? If you speak a language, you're going to be better suited towards accents of that language. But what if I click go live while I'm currently live? Interesting. Yeah, it helps character feel just a bit more believable when the Russian puts a bit of nervous Russian into a sentence while being interrogated. It makes it more interesting. Yeah, I got you. Although I'm kind of like allergic to setting anything that I've written or running in like the real world, because every time I make anything I'm like, no, this is its own world, secondary world fantasy. Even like my original works, which I posted a reading of a horror short story last week called The Way They Crunch, and even that is entirely setting neutral, but like in my internal thought process I'm like, I didn't set this on Earth, I didn't set this on our planet and our history. You also just find learning languages fun? Yeah. You can be a polyglot. Liveception. Yo, I heard you like it when I'm live, so I went live for you live on my live. Is that Riz? That doesn't sound like Riz. Live. Let me attempt this. Alright, chat, we're going to places no one has ever gone before. But no one has ever gone before, I mean I have not gone before. Okay, so I popped out my chat in another window. And I can add a source. Womp. YouTube chat. And do I just... Can I copy this? Oh, right there. Oh, hey. Hey, yo! What? Let's just do that. This is not very... That. I'm sorry, I'm executing you slightly. And for now, you can go there. And you need to be behind me if you're gonna be like that. And then the model gets, the overlay gets in the way. Ugh. Why did I construct things this way? You know what, chat? Sorry. Cutting you off. Alright. This is not perfect. However, this is the best we're gonna get. And now if I... Yep, that's good for now. Okay. Gang, we did it. What have you all been up to while I was distracted? I do a lot of Cyberpunk, Walking Dead in my own settings, mostly in places set in more modern worlds. Yeah, I remember I was in a West March style campaign. Elven was Japanese and Dwarven was German. That's one I don't hear a lot, but I really like. Because I think the idea of like, oh, German efficiency, like that's very dwarvish to me. And then Elvish being Japanese, that's very like Warhammer 40k. It makes me think of like with the Eldar being very like feudal Japanese in the craft world. Where we're going, we don't need roads. We're going to the Grand Lines. Wealth, fame, power. God, that reminds me, I want to do a One Piece campaign. You have devil fruits in your campaign. You left during the 15 minutes, but I'm back now. Please don't send lawyers your way. But listen, I said this before, I'll say it again. You have 15 minutes. You are allowed to leave during those 15 minutes just as I am allowed to leave. However, you're not allowed to stay gone. You have to come back, is the issue. They work by giving you elemental type spells with cooldowns. Interesting. So how common are they is my question. Because, like, I'm no One Piece fan. And some might even call me a One Piece hater. Not because I hate One Piece or because I think it's bad, but just because I'm of the opinion I think One Piece is too long. As someone who has not read it and who does not claim to be an expert on One Piece, my like anime hot take is that I don't think there's any reason for One Piece to be that long. And if it's a matter of all of these disconnected storylines and just exploring the world, then instead of telling 1,000 plus page manga, or chapter manga, instead post like 5 200 plus page manga, because already that's long. But I do know that like with the devil fruits, that's like, it's like 1 devil fruit per power, right? And I know that in One Piece they probably show up fairly frequently because that's just how like shonen power scaling works, but they aren't like common, are they? You're not too into One Piece and you hold a similar opinion. Legendary rarity, like we had one in the party and who's gonna eat it, what's a big deal? Yeah, that's what I thought. Arrow now officially part of the Weebs Against One Piece. There are dozens of us. Dozens! Hey, who said I was a weeb? Excuse you? Just because I'm an anime girl does not mean I'm a weeb. You have ADHD, so it's hard for you to keep track. No, I feel you. And again, I don't think One Piece is inherently bad for being so long. I just think it's so difficult to get into because are you really going to commit the time to start from like chapter 1 and go all the way up to present time? And I know a lot of people do, and a lot of people love it and they say it's worth it, but just as someone who has not read or watched it, I feel there is very likely other ways of telling that story that would be much more manageable. Even if it was 2 500 chapter long stories that are set in the same world and pursuing different plots, that would still be like way above average, but manageable. Darling, you are, don't lie to me, a weeb. I have a really tough time sitting down and doing media I can't interact with. That's why I like writing, because I get to interact and think. Yeah, I'm similar in that I really struggle to engage with any sort of piece of media or creative endeavor if I can't like hyper focus on it. So if I'm watching something and I'm not like locked in, I will not enjoy it because I can't pay attention and I need to like constantly rewind and keep up with it. That's why my days as a reaction channel will not be happening. Because I would be like watching something and I'd be doing the generic just like complete silence as like the video just plays in like 1/4 of the screen, but then I'd be constantly rewinding because I would like need to pay attention. But then if I'm like locked into something, if I like hyper focus on it, like that has my attention, I will like tear through anything. I binged like all of She-Ra and the Princesses of Power like in a weekend like 2 years ago. Some of my friends tell me I write way too much and my longest D&D related writing is 400 pages long. I've been writing that since I was in high school and it's been years. I mean, valid. And my advice for that wouldn't be stop writing. It would be consider writing in a different medium. not the AA arrow writes. Sniper Wolf transformation starting now. See, it's funny. I actually like I used to watch Jack's films a whole bunch, so it would make sense for me to go over to his house so I can dox him. No, but so my advice with, I write way too much world building stuff and it's pages and pages and no one's ever going to read it. Have you considered writing for a book or poetry collections or prose in general? Could be short stories. Because there's the idea of like, it's the DM who really wants to tell a story and have specific character beats and interactions. They should just go like write a book. But I think we say that disparagingly when we don't need to. Like we can we can just say, hey, I think that you would have more fun writing a book than you would running D&D. And that's also to say, I think you would have fun writing a book in addition to writing for D&D. That's good advice. I tend to write a lot of different stuff. Actually dabbled in horror recently. Awesome. I started writing prose off of the mindset of like, I want to tell a narratively oriented game, and I'm running for my high school friend group at the time who did not want a narrative game. One of them did, but he was very quiet and reserved, so he didn't feel comfortable pushing for that. So I was really the only outspoken person wanting that sort of game. So I took to writing, and I ended up really loving it. And I've been writing ever since, and now I have a novel, which I got to the final stages of editing, and it has been sitting in my Google Drive waiting to be finished for months because I've spent all of my time and energy and creative power on this channel. So my hope is that now that I'm like paring back on a short a day, and I'm going to, I was going to say 3 shorts a week. I might do 2 shorts a week. 1 video and then maybe 2 streams instead of 1 stream. But that should, I can usually like bang out a short in a day pretty easy. Thank you. It is awesome. It's very nice. It's very fun. I might be able to actually get some time for my other creative pursuits because I won't be spending all week devoted to script writing and video editing and blah, blah, blah. I'm in a family friend's published work, if that counts. Hey! I mean, I don't count it as... Well, no, so if you're talking about your writing, like if you had a piece of your writing in a family friend's published work, then yeah, I would count that. I think a lot of people, in their aversion to like Nepo babies and like celebrities being New York Times bestsellers, even though their writing is terrible, they think, oh, well, the only writer you can support is like a grassroots, did it yourself, slaved in their attic when they were working 3 other jobs for 6 years and then released a magnum opus. Oh, like you're a character? Well, that's not quite the same. But I do think that a lot of people think you have to be less assisted than you're ought to be. You're allowed to have support, and you're allowed to like have a family friend publish one of your short stories or write about you and have you be in it. I wouldn't say that's like, unless you gave them as like a creative advisor, I don't think that's like necessarily your input, but it would be cool if they based it off. Like that's just a cool thing to say, like, hey, I'm in a book. I swear, every time I drink from my water, my model like snaps around and like my booba goes crazy. Which is, it's so funny because specifically when making this model, I didn't want like a crazy chest size, and yet I still get the physics whenever my model goes crazy. See, like that. Okay, so now that we've kind of wounded down from the conversations, I can yap about City of Mist for a while. Or what we could do is I could do something like to go over that 44 DM list. I could pull up I've been looking into playing a very cute, simple puzzle game. Booba Momentum. No, Booba Momentum is real, and I was not expecting it. Like, just full stop. Because obviously no shade to any model that does have like a very large chest size, but I feel like that's a bit like overplayed. It's pretty ubiquitous in female presenting models. So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do something more like not normal, but modest almost. And then it still goes crazy. It's on that wacky tobacco. that moment chose basically what I wanted to do as a hobby, which was writing. Then I found D&D and I was actually played with a campaign with him. I was the DM and it was awesome. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, but it sounds like your family friend is the sort of person who, after every D&D game, was like, we should make a book about this. Because I've seen so many of those people, and it's always like, no. No, the book would not be interesting because it would not have narrative cohesion. Hey, you got the stream, nice. Sorry, actually, we're winding down now. I was actually just about to like redirect over to someone else. Sorry, you missed it. But no, I could yap about City of Mist for a bit. I could go over that 44 list of DM rules. That might be fun. And there was also a puzzle game I was looking at called 100 Asian Cats, which is, it's a Where's Waldo style game where it's a big picture of there's just 100 cats in it. And I figured that'd be really easy, just like play while chatting. No, but he to this day still remembers all the stuff in that game, and it's awesome. You're fine with that? Fire emoji, yo. See, that's the sort of campaigns you want, right? You want campaigns where years later you're like, hey, remember when we did XYZ? That was awesome. And I would even say those are the sort of stories that are really cool because you don't have to keep in touch with those people anymore. I have played and ran hundreds of hours of games with folks I no longer talk to anymore. And I still have all of these stories and all of these experiences and all of these memories. And most importantly, all of this training to be better for the future. I have a lot of friends that have said you should make a book thing, and it's flattering, but I feel like it wouldn't ever turn out well. Yeah, and the reason for that is it's not to say you're a bad writer, it's not to say you're a bad game, it's not to say you're a bad DM. Playing D&D or a TTRPG for the fun of the players is different than playing it for an audience. And I've been chatting about this with some other content creators like Flaherty Dust who popped in a while ago, and it's the idea of like, I don't know, you're in town A, right? Like you're in Machieville, and you need to get to Vieville. So there's a whole episode of traveling, and along the way you hit a random encounter, and you have to fight a wyvern, and maybe it's like a tough fight that like takes a couple hours. That would suck to watch, because you're like, okay, the heroes need to get to the town over, or the party needs to get to the town over. Let's just cut. But a big part of the fun of the game is, okay, how are we going to get there? What do we do when we run into trouble along the way? What shenanigans will we get up to when we're out in the wilderness? Maybe it's a more combat-oriented game where a session without combat is a rarity. I don't want to call this a hot take, but my take is I believe combat is the most boring part of D&D sessions for an observer. Like if you are watching me play D&D, right? The most engaging parts are going to be the role playing, the character beats, the narrative, the plot. The combat is going to be, oh, you rolled a hit, you miss. Okay, next turn. Okay, you cast hold person, they failed their saving throw, now they're held. Oh, that's cool. Like now the other people can be more effective. It's only really impactful when the narrative is emboldened by the combat. And that's when, oh, I'm on 1 hit point and the enemy is going next turn. If they hit me, they will kill me. That's when combat gets interesting. But like most combats aren't, you know? And the best part is all my groups still love my games. It's hard for me to find groups, but the ones I make are always loving it. Yeah, and that's really what it is, because like I steal advice from Matthew Colville all the time. If you were in my Twitch chat on Sunday, you would know the phrase like not every band is Rush, because it's the idea of you can be a friend group that is not a good D&D group. You can be a D&D group that is not a good friend group. Just because you all like each other doesn't mean you all have the same goals from a TTRPG, and that's okay. And with like bands, if you think of the Police from like the 70s, 80s, they got like banger after banger out, and then they all hated each other after. It's a rarity for bands or groups or like any sort of organization that goes into business together, because that's what that is, right? To like each other at the end of it. And bands like Rush, where they all love each other like decades later, is super rare. That is not common, and that's okay. You cherish when you find those people. And when you don't find those people and you only have people who you're gonna have a year of games with them and then everything falls apart, you cherish the games that you have with them, even if you'd like it to last longer. Yeah, I remember a campaign where my paladin was so overwhelmingly nice, she changed the alignment of half the party from neutral to good. That reminds me of a character I had who, and I spoke with the DM about this before the game, I wanted to play a lawful good cleric who served a devil. Like, she was a lawful good character who wanted to help the sick and like heal the injured and all of that, and like give charity to the poor, but in service of having them join a cult that ultimately would like damn their souls to the hell. And it was super interesting because I'm out here being the nicest, sweetest person, and we run into a devil, and I'm like, hey, I know exactly who, like, what you are, what you're about, and I want to support you in your pursuits. Vieville is a town of dominance who are all super muscular, and our entire economy is based on fishing with our bare hands. Okay, that sounds like you're projecting a little bit. So, be gone, twink. My sessions rarely ever have combat now, lol. It's 80% roleplay. I agree with the combat bit. Yeah, and personally, I'm a very tactical DM. I love combat. However, I recognize that as a viewer, it's not that interesting. Which is why if I ever run anything, I would have it be combat light if there is combat at all. I hold the same view on that, Arrow. Roleplay and telling a group story are most important to me. Yeah. And I think that really depends on the group. So if you get a group of like you, Vi, myself, and like, for instance, like Celerity Dust and Archivist, or two other streamers who I've been chatting with, all of us are very interested in telling a story. That would be the same foundational goal. Then we might run into issues of, oh, I want to tell a neo-noir story, and Vi wants to tell a heroic fantasy story, and Maki wants to tell a very low-key romance story. And then suddenly we have conflict on that. Like, just wanting to tell stories together isn't the end-all be-all. But we would be in a better position than if I, as the DM, want to run a meat grinder dungeon. Maki wants a very sobering and dramatic roleplay focused story, and then Vi just doesn't really care about character or combat, just wants to hang out and have a good time with her friends. You know? It's all about expectations, and that's what session zeros are for, but also what talking about the game before you even invite them to the game is about. I have no idea how to tell any stories whatsoever as a DM. Well, have you ever DM'd before? Like, and you say that your sessions rarely ever have combat. Is that as the DM, or is that you as a player going out of your way to avoid combat? I usually run roleplay oriented combat, if that makes sense. Like, usually my combats are not that interesting from a gameplay perspective, but are more dramatic. Well, funny enough that you mentioned that. Back to the World of Darkness chat. Let me open back up MS Paint, because World of Darkness and Vampire the Masquerade has a style of, or a guideline of play called knives in their smiles. And it's funny that you mentioned that, because in Vampire the Masquerade, politicking and politics and saving face and one-upping others socially is very important in certain styles of play. It is a baked into the setting that you are going to have kind of peacocking. So knives in their smiles is a guideline of play that says treat role-playing and social conflicts as if they were combat. Literally deal damage based off of contested rolls, because if Dai is out here showboating to the rest of the court, and then I come up and I make them look like a fool by insulting them with my intelligence, you will literally take damage to your mental... I was gonna say your mental health. No, but like your willpower is like a mental stat you have. You will take damage to your mental willpower as if you were taking physical damage. Because the idea is, no, you aren't just one-upping them. You aren't just socially moving ahead with them. You are physically draining their willpower, and it is as much of a fight as it is a conversation. Emotional damage, the mechanic, literally. Circumvent all expectations by running exclusively dating sims. Listen, I've mentioned in a couple of my videos, and I think in the script that I wrote up, that I'm hoping to get a video, like a proper video out, this upcoming Friday, like not a short, but a longer form video. I mention in it how I know someone who they ran a game for their friends, which was like exclusively a dating sim. And it was in D&D, and they had to bend the system backwards in order to accomplish what they wanted, because D&D... Is this how you do a and sign? I don't know. Plus, D&D is combat oriented. Like, as much as you can choose create and destroy water or jump as spells, as much as you can choose, oh, I'm going to choose Goodberry because I want to roleplay that I can, like, create food for people. 90% of, or maybe like 85% of abilities in D&D are combat oriented. Another like 10% are social, and like 5% are exploration oriented, and that 5% is like entirely in the ranger class. And of spells, again, like 60-70% of them deal damage or impose a status effect after a saving throw, or like heal you or something. They're combat oriented spells, and it's only like that final like 30-40% which do non-combat related things that don't help you kill monsters better. So imagine running not just once, not just twice, but like multiple times using Dungeons and Dragons to run dating sims. Like, I had a fear demon and half the session was exploring trauma of one of my characters. No, I love stuff like that. And I have, funny enough, I've actually played in a game that involved fear demons before. I'd love to chat about that one time, because full stop, my 2 longest running games that I was a player in, one was, I think, from 5th to about 18th, and this was a 1-on-1 game. And my other longest running, I think this was 3rd level, like 19th. This was a West Marches stat game. I posted a short a while back, which was like what's your D&D confession, or like my TTRPG confession? My TTRPG confession is I don't have a lot of experience being in a traditional party for long stretches of time. My biggest exposure is a one-on-one, which is extremely unique in terms of how the dynamic is, and in an odd turn of phrase, like the intimacy of it, not because like of the whole Dom sub arousal thing that y'all were talking about earlier, but just like, and Matthew Colville talks about this as well on his channel. He talks about, when was the last time you had someone focus 100% of their time and effort on just you for like 3 hours at a time? Like the entire thing is basically just guided improv and storytelling between you and one other person. Now, in this circumstance, I had someone else that was like an observer joining. So it was more like a one-on-one plus a commentator who was like observing and watching at the time. But that was really interesting. And then the West Marches is obviously a completely different beast to a normal party. And in that one-on-one game, fear demons were a thing, or fear creatures that like were based off of your fear, and we delved into that. It wasn't related to my character's specific fear. It was more like the fear creature was related to a fear, and then it brought that to you. So the one that I was dealing with was a auditory fear demon. So it was the idea of like going deaf and hearing strange noises, and I couldn't control what I could hear. So that was that's what made me think of that. I've been DMing consistently since October. I just ended up with them role-playing most of the time. They seem to go away from combat, lol. As a player, I think I've gone okay with stories. So the thing I want you to keep in mind when you say, I can't, or even I don't know, first off, give it time. You've only been doing this since October. For context, I don't actually know if I've said this. Like, I've been DMing mostly consistently, for over a decade, right? Or probably around a decade. Before then, I was intermittently playing, but like I only really stepped into like, I'm dedicated, like actively running. I'm in the headspace. It's a large portion of what I'm doing about a decade ago. So please keep in mind, you're in no rush to develop these skills. And on top of that, I can't will eventually become I did ? Because you will have that shift of I have no idea what I'm doing to wait, I did it, and you will probably not realize, and you will get complimented, or you will ask them because you're insecure, and they'll say, no, that was awesome, and I don't know will become I don't know still, because that's the secret. You as much as people like to say, like, oh, it's the Matt Mercer effect, it's players having unrealistic expectations for their dungeon masters. Ask Matthew Mercer. Ask Brendan Lee Mulligan. Ask Abria Iyengar or Matthew Colville or Chris Perkins or any famous dungeon master or game master in general. They will probably tell you that they stumbled into it. They will say that they stumbled. They will tell you it was luck. They will tell you it took time. They will tell you they failed. And all of that is to say, as you are on the path of I can't to wait, I did, you will never feel, or you will likely not feel, like you are making any progress. It's really all about the hindsight. Because when you're in your own head, you aren't seeing the full picture. You're seeing what's in your own head. And particularly based off of what your frame of mind is, that will very much obfuscate what you do and do not notice that you have done. Just keep that in mind. I wish YouTube had a way for me to share character art. I'd show everyone all my characters. If you'd like, you can @ me on Twitter, and I will absolutely like quote retweet it. I don't know how many people here use Twitter. I really only use it for networking. I don't use it like socially, I guess. I don't use it for my entertainment because I'm just not a huge fan of the platform. But Twitter is definitely the best place to like cold call reach out to me. And if anyone wants to post any art, either of me or of their like D&D characters, and they're like, hey, look at what I made, I'm happy to give you a boost and be like, hey, look at this person. Let me know if you want me to like credit you and say like, hey, check this person out, here's their @, or if you'd be more comfortable saying anonymous, totally chill. Super difficult when the story affects the whole world rather than small scale. You like imagine their smiles, that's so cool. Awesome. Emotional damage to the mechanic. Yeah, dating sims feel so awkward. I feel uncomfortable role-playing partners of players and stuff. It feels weird. I don't know how people do it, but huge respect. The intimacy of one-on-one scares me. So the thing with dating sims, that's something that I'm scared of too. Like, it makes me uncomfy. It makes me feel awkward. I have role-played... I've role-played many things that I have since come to regret. Some of which was like, oh, character flirts with an NPC and then like a flirt back with them, and it's all in character. And a little bit of that was like immaturity of the players of like, haha, this is so weird, what, haha. But the one character that the one player that I was like playing ball with, that I was letting do what their character wanted and like supporting that, really felt validated. So I think it's something that it's a matter of comfort, it's a matter of boundaries, and it's a communication thing to have. Like in my games, I have something, I'm not sure how many of you are aware of this. There's something called lines and veils. And lines and veils are basically a matter of ensuring comfort and boundaries within the game. So the thing with lines and veils, before the game even starts, like in a session 0, you go over your lines and veils. And I'm not going to say mine. I'll just give an example of a veil might be romance. And then a line might be eggplant emoji. So the idea with this is that a veil is that you fade to black whenever it comes up. It is something that might happen in the world. It might come up. It might be a reference to. It might like be a thing that happens. However, whenever it pulls up, you fade to black. You pull a veil over it. You don't look at it too long. And for instance, if a character wants to flirt with an NPC or start a relationship, you might say, okay, off screen, out of game, not in RP, not in character, that happens. You romance this character. You have a good time. And then, let's say a bard wants like to be a whole like a traditional bard. A line is something that does not happen. You do not cross the line. It is not alluded to, it is not referenced, it does not fade to black, it just does not happen. So for instance, if I take issue with bards who try to seduce everything, I might say, a line is eggplant emoji. I don't want you doing that. I don't want you trying to seduce everyone you meet. I don't want you to try to seduce anyone you meet. I don't want you to even say that, oh, this happened, we just didn't roll for it, because that would make it a veil. It's a line. You don't cross the line. So that's something that I think is really useful, particularly in like a one-on-one game, because in a one-on-one game, perhaps you're uncomfortable in a group or in a group of friends saying that even jokes about transphobia or like jokes about racism or jokes about whatever makes you uncomfortable. So you might say bigotry is a veil in a group, but you might in a one-on-one setting where it's just you and one other person, and there's really no one to judge you except for them, but they're also the only one that sees these line and veils, you might be like, actually, can this be a line? It really makes me uncomfortable, and I just didn't want to be a bother. So it can add that sense of intimacy that is scary, but also that sense of intimacy that is comforting. Just a one-on-one game, you and one other person. And also, it's really cool for the stories you can tell. Because, and part of the reason my game went from, I think it was like 15th to 19th level, and actually we like stopped like one session, like a couple sessions from the end of the campaign. So I was very close to like finishing that, but then how it always goes, it fell apart right near the end. The reason that lasted so long is actually because that one-on-one was intended to be a mini campaign so that I could be a villain for the main group he was running for. Because basically, the DM reached out to me and was like, hey, do you want to join this group? And I was like, yes, but my commitment issues and my anxiety makes me say no. I'm sorry. So then I said no. And then basically once they got the group together, I was like, dang, yeah, it would have sucked, but I would have loved to have joined the group. And then he was like, bruh. So then he decided, I'll do a one-on-one for you. That's a mini game that you will be a villain who will show up and like harass the main group for a little bit. Turns out the main group, they're murd hobs. I don't actually know if I can talk about this on YouTube, but they're murder hobos. DM wasn't a huge fan of that. And I actually ended up fulfilling him narratively because I really got into role playing. I really supported the narrative. I was playing ball with what he threw at me and throwing him back interesting curveballs of my own. So what ended up happening is that he ended up continuing to run for them, just kind of like going through the motions almost, because like that was his main group. And then for me, I ended up almost becoming his narrative main group. And that's just a funny story I like to tell because it was so accidental that he was just like, yeah, I'm really frustrated with this group because they're all murder hobos, but I love running for you. So that was very silly. You do little one shots with your boyfriend on occasion. That's so cute. Not the NTR. We have the same DM character arc. Nice. I don't think I have an account on that even, but I probably should just post my stuff. Yeah, I only made an account for my channel because I wanted to be able to reach out to other content creators. And also, really, I just post like, hey, I liked this video. They had some good takes. Check it out. And I have like 70 followers, half of which are bots, and the other half of which are like artists who just like, I'm assuming, want to see if I ever talk about wanting artwork done so they can solicit me for commissions. So I really don't have much reach. I really don't care. But I do find that that is just an easy spot for DMs, really is the big thing. Like, a random person can DM me there, and I don't really care, because if they're weird, I can block them, and if they're not weird, then I can shift towards like a Discord or some other private messaging service that's less Twittery. The nice paladin in question ended up married to another player and were a couple for the last half of the campaign, and the party was all about it because all of us wanted to see them happy. Aww. Yeah, and something like that where that's really a level of comfort. And it's, think of, oh, you'll be back in a bit. Thank you very much. Bye. It's really a matter of comfort because if you consider, I'm going to dox myself real quick. I was an absolute, like, disaster for Percy and Vexalia for campaign 1 of Critical Role. Like, I think I was like hyper fixating on campaign 1 back like when it was coming out. Like I was watching it as it came out. I actually, back when they were on Geek and Sundry,
I was watching, I think it was Monday releases of the Twitch VODs from Thursday. And what it was is that the main Geek and Sundry YouTube channel was like 4 weeks behind, but I found a playlist where someone would upload them the Monday immediately following the Thursday, but it wasn't the official playlist of Geek and Sundry. So I was like 3 weeks ahead on the VOD releases, and I started watching like definitely within the first 10 episodes of the first season. I think it was like around like the first like 3 to 5 episodes even, like. So you do not understand how down bad for Percy and Vexalia was. I was reading AO3 fan fiction of them. And if there's one thing you should know about me, I don't read fan fiction. Like, I don't know. It's just so incredibly silly to me of how down bad I was for these two characters interacting, because Vax and Keyleth, cringe. Percy and Vexa and like Scanlan and Pike, kind of cringe. Percy and Vex though, like, hit all of the right notes in my brain to just completely like rewire my brain chemistry. I think I'm fortunate enough to never have any murder hobos, just eggplant emoji people that purposely gross people out. I mean, I think my hot take is I would take murder hobos over eggplant emoji. And that's just really because my own personal comfort level. I'm someone who eggplant emoji in games makes me uncomfy. And like murder hobos is frustrating, but it's not more frustrating or less frustrating than eggplant emoji. But yeah, people who are just like, yeah, I'm gonna do this thing. It's gonna be like super funny and gross and weird. I'm just like, stop. You're making me uncomfortable and probably other people, but I'm gonna talk about me being uncomfortable because that's the only one I can speak to. It's easier to boot them than murder hobos. I mean, it is easier to boot them. However, murder hobos are usually not doing it maliciously. A murder hobo is usually, I'm here with my friends, I want to hang out with my friends, I'm gonna kill stuff, get loot. Alright, good night, After Crash. You had an IRL friend you've known for 4 years you had to remove from your campaign? Yeah, and that's the conversation I was having earlier about not every band is Rush. Just because you're friends with someone doesn't mean you work well with them in a TTRPG group, and that's okay. You don't need to. You're not obligated to say, hey, the way you play TTRPGs is not a way I play it, so I'm not having fun with you in my game. That's what I mean. There's not a reason to boot him per se. I don't know. As a DM, if someone was making a lot of eggplant emoji, even just like constant remarks about it, I would have a conversation with them and I'd be like, hey, I'd prefer you didn't. However, I also use lines and veils, and like I would ring up in lines and veils in like session 0, like, hey, eggplant emoji, we're throwing this on the board. Oh, not to boot murder hobos. Okay. I was a bit confused. But yeah, so like that's what lines and veils are for, is like, hey, eggplant emoji is on here, please don't. I'm really eggplant emoji in my characters, but I try not to make people uncomfy, and that's valid. And that's really a matter of group. Like, just because I personally am not the sort of person that enjoys that, I know people who do enjoy that. Yeah. Yeah, eggplant stuff is fully a reason to boot if it's making folks uncomfortable. No, you're good, you're good. Text is an imperfect medium. But the converse to that is, I would say, what's it called? It's absolutely valid to kick out people for being murder hobos if the group is uncomfortable with it. Because if I'm in a game with Die and After Crash and Maki, and we're all players, and I go around killing NPCs, taking their loot. I set fire to the orphanage because I think it'd be funny, and none of you want that. And you're talking to the DM, and the DM is like, "Oh, yeah, that's not the game we're running." If I continue doing that, like, the DM should kick me out of the game because I'm not playing nice with other people. As much as I might argue, like, "Hey, well, this is just how I have fun. I'm just playing my character." Well, Arrow, your character is being a jerk. And you, as a result, by not changing your character to fit the group, are also being a jerk. You are actively ruining the fun of other people. Therefore, we think it would be best for you not to join this game anymore. And that's really, like, how comfortable are you with conflict? I feel like most people, particularly with their friends, don't want to say anything because they don't want to be a jerk. They don't want to kick their friend out of this fun activity they're having, even though their friend is making it less fun. And that's a really tough situation to be in. But that's kind of where conflict resolution comes in, where you have to make that determination of, I'm not kicking you out because I don't like you. I'm kicking you out because you're being a jerk. Whew. My voice is feeling it. I've been yapping like nonstop for 3 hours and 15 minutes. Had like a 7-ish minute break in there. Thank you all for coming out, by the way. I was expecting under 5 people to show up total. So the fact that we had quite a few more than that, even though I don't think that we ever hit double digits in concurrent viewers, I'm still quite honored that you would join me. I think I'm good to keep going probably until the end of the hour, though I think I'm learning about 4 hours is my upper limit, at least right now. Just as I work on my voice, not only in like the trans sense of like trying to keep my voice lighter for this amount of time, which I think is actually really good practice, but just like sheer, I'm sipping on my water, and it's just, oof. My throat is not lubricated enough. Yeah, I'm excited to have got the stream. Oh, thank you. I got off work like half an hour ago. Oof. You are either working late or you're working late, because even if you're like West Coast, then that'd be pretty late for you to get off. If you want to talk about gaslighting my audience, we were talking about this earlier. I did think it would be very funny to... I'm unsure of how familiar all of you are with VTuber culture, but it's very common for VTubers to debut, which is like a short 20 to 30 minute video stream to open things off, where they have like a little slideshow talking about their likes and their dislikes, and here's their favorite anime, and here's their favorite games that they want to play. And I thought it'd be really funny because that's kind of cringe. Not gonna lie, like this is generally the first foot forward you put, and a lot of people show up to hear you tell them, hey, that anime you like, I like it too. The most popular game of the last 5 years, well, that's my favorite game too. A lot of it's manufactured. And that's not to fault the VTubers who do it, that's just kind of like how the industry works. Because if I say honestly, like, hey, my favorite game, at least for the past couple years, is Pyre by Supergiant Games, the creators of Hades. Their least popular game is my favorite game. And I will not shut up about it if I start talking about it. No one wants to hear that. People want to hear, man, like, I just love Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail. I just can't stop those like gacha games. I just eat them up. Oh, Valorant? Oh, I play Valorant for days. And like, again, that's not a fault of the VTubers who say that kind of stuff. It's just, you're not going to get viewers if you don't, you know? So I think it's kind of cringe. It's kind of antiquated. It's kind of outdated. So I didn't think about that, of debuting and denying I existed beforehand. That is funny. I was going to say I don't debut, and then I gaslight my audience into thinking I did, and then they all missed it. So what I say is, oh yeah, I had my debut. Like, and the fact that my VOD did not get saved for Sunday means, like, there were people who were present for my stream on Sunday. Like, if you look at the logs, people followed me on Sunday. People chatted on Sunday. But there's no record of it. I could say that was my debut stream, and anytime anyone's like, oh hey, like, when are you gonna debut? When's your debut stream? I already did that. What are you talking about? Baldur's Gate 3 to double down on D&D. I have not played Baldur's Gate 3 yet. Partially because I mentioned this before, like, I'm really miserly. I'm a cheapskate, really. So I want to wait for it to get on, like, Uber sale, but I do want to play it. I played a little bit of Divinity Original Sin 2, and, like, the combat's very similar to that, so I think I will enjoy the actual mechanics, plus I enjoy D&D, obviously. But another reason is I wanted to play Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 first. I know you don't need to, I know no one did, but I've heard actually really good things about Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. So I think it would be fun to play those for their own sake, but then also to lead into Baldur's Gate 3 anyway. I'll play League with a friend. I'll be listening but not active in the chat. Bye. Well, thank you so much for coming, Dai. And really, I don't know how many people are watching, because I turn off concurrent viewers because I know I'll get in my own head if I leave it on, or I'll, like, constantly check it. But thank you all lurkers who have been here, either if you're lurking right now or if you're watching the VOD. Oh my gosh, people might watch this VOD. You should not be watching the VOD if you're watching this. This is not good content. Although, thank you if you do. I'm trying to work towards monetization, and I think live streams count towards watch time. So, because fun fact, for anyone who is trying to get monetized on YouTube, you need like 500 subscribers, which I got months ago, or like over a month ago, and either 1,000 video view, or 1,000 hours of video views, which does not include shorts, within the past year, or 3 million shorts views in the last month. So because I'm primarily been a shorts channel up until now, I'm like 1/10 of the way to the shorts limit. But the issue with that is that I'm never gonna hit that, at least not for like years and years, and only if I keep grinding shorts that entire time. So that's part of why I want to shift towards longer form videos, and I hope live streaming will help with that. But funny enough, I actually don't know if live streams contribute to that. I think they do though. Funny enough, I actually don't care about getting monetized too much. It's mostly the Atta Girl. It's mostly having YouTube be like, hey, you're a real streamer. You're a real content creator. You have the option of getting money. I probably wouldn't monetize it, at least not for a while. Kind of like how I don't want to make a Discord server. It's like a little bit of commitment issues, but it's also money is not my primary concern with this. If it was, I would not be making D&D content. I would be like doing Reddit text-to-speech shorts where I upload 3 a day, and I like use AI to maximize my efficiency with like Subway Surfers in the background. But ramble aside, both situations are funny with the debuts. I think lying about the debut would be funnier and easier to pull off. No, so it would be easiest if I debuted. No, what I need to do, I think it would be easiest to just debut and then deny what happened beforehand, but like leave up all of my videos. Not take down anything, not make any effort to hide it, just like straight up lie through my teeth. But what might be fun is wait until I'm live streaming and like I have 20 concurrent viewers consistently, or like 50 concurrent viewers consistently, which from what I've seen in terms of indie VTubers is actually a pretty high bar to beat. Like, I don't think it's any secret that most streamers on like Twitch, because like to be an affiliate on Twitch, you need 3 concurrent viewers on average, which does not sound like a lot, but it's a lot. particularly with so much competition. I think it's kind of similar on YouTube, where it's very hard to get a large amount of concurrent viewers. And a part of that, I think a lot of smaller content creators struggle with is the issue of, well, I only have one person in chat and they don't actually talk. How am I going to be engaging? So it's hard for me to riff off myself. It's hard for me to talk to myself. Therefore, when a second viewer comes in chat, it's just kind of dead air, so they leave. And that's part of what I was struggling with the Twitch stream on Sunday. But then obviously folks trickled in, and I was very appreciative of, there was like a good 10-15 minutes of just like silence in the chat. And so I was just kind of like riffing off myself. I was trying my best to be an entertaining dancing monkey, and I hope it worked. It seems to have worked. But I think that definitely gets easier, because even now with like under 10 viewers, but still like around like 8 or 9 at any given time, I've had consistent chat throughout this entire stream, and this has been a yapping stream. It's been a just chatting. It's been a Zatsu. So, I think once I get to the point with like big leagues, which I don't know what that is in terms of YouTube live streaming. I'm assuming like 20s, 30s maybe. It would be funny if I have a new consistent audience and then I just lie through my teeth to them. Particularly if it's like, I don't know, if I have some like big monster hit of a video that gets me like 1,000 subscribers and it's like 100,000 views off of one video, because that happens sometimes. I'm not banking on that, but that happens sometimes. And then like there's this new wave of viewers, and I'm just like, hi, I'm a new content creator. I just started today. I can't imagine how hard it is to get a Twitch stream going. YouTube feels maybe easier. For me, it was a little bit, like mechanically, it was the opposite. It was easier for me to set up my Twitch stream than it was for me to set up my YouTube stream on like the back end. But in terms of my expectations for viewership, I expected that I was going to have a higher viewership on YouTube than I was on Twitch. And that's what it was, right? Like, I think it was a peak of 6 concurrent viewers on gaslighting affectionate. Truly the gaslighting girl boss we all love. I'm honored. On Twitch, I got like a max concurrent viewers of like 6. And funny enough, my average viewers for that stream was like 2.91. So if I stream, I think it's like 4 more hours and 2 more times in the next month, and I keep up like around like 5 to 6 concurrent viewers, I'll hit Twitch affiliate by like my 3rd stream. Which Twitch affiliate is kind of from what I'm aware, that's like Twitch affiliate is having a high school diploma, right? Like, you're not getting any job without a high school diploma. You're not getting any sort of sway in any capacity without a Twitch affiliate. It's Twitch partnership, which is like a college degree or like an actual career job, right? Twitch partnership is like 75 concurrent viewers, and like you have to keep that up for like an entire month. Twitch affiliate is just, oh, you're not a bot, or you have brought in enough of an audience that we're going to let you run ads, right? And again, ads, not really something I'm interested in. I'm not really interested in monetizing my channel that much. I want to at some point. I think it would be really cool if I could turn this from what is effectively a second job I'm not getting paid for into like a side hustle. But, well, thank you. I do hope I hit affiliate soon. I think that depends on how often I stream and what I stream. Because I recognize, aw, thank you. Someone's following me around on Twitch. I think it depends on what I stream and how often I stream, because obviously consistency is key and timing is key. Well, thank you for another follow. I'm imagining these are people in chat. So I appreciate you very much. And if you're not in chat, then it doesn't matter what I say because you can't hear me. Oh, why thank you. But consistency is key. Also timing is key, because I've mentioned this a couple times. A lot of my viewers are international. I only have like 50%. Oh, thank you. Get that engagement up. Only about 50% of my audience are in the US, and a non-zero portion of them are also Canadian, so like same time zone or whatever. But I have a lot of European videos. Niabu Maki. Okay, that makes sense. Because I was looking for Maki at the beginning and I didn't see it, so I was like, oh, okay. It's the long version of your username. I have a lot of European viewers. I have some Brazilian viewers, at least one. I have some Oceania viewers, like Australian and New Zealand. So I'm a bit surprised at how international my audience is, but I would prefer an international audience over a mono-national audience. But I recognize that kind of makes streaming a bit more difficult, because if I stream at 8 p.m. EST like I did today, my European viewers are I was gonna say they're sobbing. They probably don't care. But that actually gives me latitude to be like, hey, today I'm gonna do a 2 p.m. stream, and tomorrow I'm gonna do an 8 p.m. stream. And that means European viewers, I love you, and American viewers, I love you. Oh, have y'all talked about like themes, aesthetics, and campaigns this last stream? What do you mean? Like theming a campaign, or like having an aesthetic for a campaign? Getting out that exhale. Yapping for 3.5 hours. And yeah, I was considering recording the video for Friday today, because I was gonna do it yesterday, and then I think I got distracted by a stream with AE. I was watching AE stream. But yeah, I didn't record it yesterday. My voice is gonna be shot today, and I'm kind of creatively spent all my energy, and I'm running out of time because I go to bed generally around like 1 a.m. And tomorrow is going to be the day before I want to release it, so I'll probably end up kicking the longer form video over the weekend. I might stream Friday. Maybe. Because cause I won't be free this weekend. I might release the video over the weekend and then stream on Friday when I would have released the video. Interesting. Something to note. I want to try and keep it as consistent as I can, but I'm busy this Sunday, so I won't be able to stream this Sunday. Like personal campaign stuff, Ramblings at World or whatever. I love lore dumps from Strangers Online. Okay. So that's something I want to do, but that's also something I'm a bit nervous about doing, because I don't want to just start rambling without any lead up. So I probably won't get to that this stream. I talked a little bit about like my one-on-one game, but I think my general plan is I'm gonna run Twitch streams are more just like VTuber stuff, like gaming and like variety stuff, while YouTube streams I'm gonna try to shoot more TTRPG content, because this is just half a step removed from my TTRPG audience. So I think that might be a good thing for like my next stream, is just yapping about different games I've run in. I could just do a deep dive on my world, because the funny thing about my world is, as a lot of writers do, it started as a D&D world and then it became a writing world. And the interesting thing about that is that a lot of the baggage from D&D specifically, went into my world because it started as a D&D world. So over many years, I have sifted out remnants of D&D stuff from my world, and now it's in a quantum superposition of whenever I run D&D, I throw it in this world still, but I just add back in the Dragonborn, and I add back in the Tieflings, and I add back in the magic. But when I write, I really only have humans, elves, and dwarves. I think I even removed halflings. Well, then I also have like yeah. So it's humans, elves, dwarves, orcs, and goblins are the main ones, and goblins are like sometimes. Hello, no worries, Vi. Mine started off as a really short story I wrote 6 years ago that I proceeded to tear up and throw away. No. Okay. Piece of advice for all of you. And this is why I was a little bit upset. Not torn up, but a little bit upset that my stream on Sunday didn't save. Because, and this is advice I've gotten, not personally, but like I've heard from content creators, is never throw away your old work. Archive it, private it, stick it in a drawer somewhere, but keep it in a spot that you can look back on it, even if you think it sucks. I have all of my edgy poetry that I wrote when I was going through a really tough time, like around university, and I still have all of that. I've posted a little bit of it back as like some of the first stuff on this channel, some of the less edgy stuff. But even though I don't think it's that good, and it was mostly me sorting through my own emotions, not only is it something that I can look back on and think, hey, this reminds me of where I was before. It reminds me not only of, this is how I've progressed since then. This is also how I've progressed as a writer, as a poet, but also as a person. I'm no longer in that headspace. I would not write something like this right now. I have not much context here, but in my worlds, I tend to go towards more human side, but my biggest, best campaigns is written in D&D 5e rules and lineages in mind. Yeah, never throw it away. Yeah, and that's something where at first I tried to accommodate D&D, and then I started putting my own ideas into D&D and kind of hit conflict, where I had to kind of like marry my ideas with D&D, and then I kind of got to a point where I'm just like, I'm comfortable having two world states existing simultaneously, one of which allows for all of the player's handbook stuff in D&D, and one of which is my own nonsense. And some things I carry over, like one of the first things in my world that I ever developed, because I wanted to be contrarian, is gold is not the standard unit of measurement, silver is. Because gold, being a highly magically conductive material, was used up in a prior age. So all of the gold that was used for currency got used up in magic. So now silver is the main point of currency. And that's something where that kind of flies in the face of D&D, but not in restricting player options. It's more of just a weird idiosyncrasy of the setting. And that's something where I kept that with my writing setting, with my world, and I would love to do a deep dive on my world, either, well, I would really have to do a deep dive on it as my writing world, because that's what I put all my time and effort into. My D&D version is just kind of that, but with all of the player's handbook stuff thrown in, like all of the races and magic and whatever. But that might be fun, even if not from a D&D angle, just kind of from like a world building angle and like a lore angle. And so that might be fun. Yeah, never throw away. It'll bite you in the ass later if you have nothing to look through later. Might not seem useful now, but later. Even if it's not useful, even if it's entirely, hey, I'm reading this poem I wrote 6 years ago, or 10 years ago, or this short story I wrote when I was like 12. It sucks. But it's kind of endearing, you know? My habit for a long time was throwing away stuff, like in high school. Also, getting better. I've also been getting better about it now, I think. Also, save the poems, I save those. Yeah, that's what you need to do. I'm someone who chronically doesn't throw stuff away. I'm a bit of a hoarder. I just don't like throwing stuff away, and I don't like trashing stuff, and I don't like removing permanence. It's just a weird idiosyncrasy I have. I like currency thing. Nice. Thank you. Neat. Thank you. My whole homebrew slash world setting is sewing based, but I've never really had the chance to learn it while I've been DMing. Could you elaborate on that? A deep dive into my worlds would sound like insanity if I explained it randomly. No, and that's the fun bit, is that part of the fun is presenting it in a cohesive way. Like, I have a country, which I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with the card game, like the collectible card game, Legend of the Five Rings. It was an old game from like the 90s, and I was inspired by Matthew Colville's video going into the history of it, not like the lore of it, but like the real world actual history of how the game progressed in real life. And I changed one of the nations in my world to it was a nation that was under a civil war, and it had like the loyalist side and it had the rebel side. And basically I added into it a bunch of noble houses that were each themed around various animals, like in Legend of the Five Rings. It's a little bit Game of Thronesy. So it's a very politically sophisticated area. It's a very war and politicking area where there's a civil war going on. There's a primary tension that you have to choose between if you're ever going to be there. There is conflict on all sides. There's espionage, there's diplomacy, there is intrigue, and there's all of these things. And what I did is that the map that is currently there, I wrote up purely for my own entertainment, my own like Silmarillion style compendium of from the nation's formation to the current socio political landscape, all of the different wars, because it is a nation built on war, and where war is a core component of their culture, and so is honor. It's very like Japanese Bushido, of like honor, and the tagline of Legend of the Five Rings was a world where honor is stronger than steel. So it's a compendium talking about the different wars of this nation over time and showing the rise and falls of different dynasties and how we got to the setting we're in right now, the socioeconomic and political setting we're in right now, and how the movers and shakers of the nation's founding mostly don't exist anymore, because over time they just fell apart. They were taken down by factors out of their control. And I did that mostly for me. But I think it would be fun to, if not release it in like a... Because what I did is I wrote a series of short stories that were mostly stream of consciousness. I would edit them if I was to go back. And it was just, here is a war. I'm going to narratively describe what happened in each of these battles with the conceit that I am telling it as oral storytelling would tell it. So like, this is not what literally happened. This is the stories people in this setting tell of what happened. So in one of the battles, it is a like Legend of the Five Rings. They made a role-playing game based off of Legend of the Five Rings. Yes. And they also revamped the card game within the past like 10 years. And I've played it before, and I actually found it fun. I played the starter set with my sibling. No, so it is a card game, but they also made a role-playing game in the same setting. So your hearing is fine, don't you worry. So let me get on the setting thing real quick. Or the sewing thing real quick. Players basically forget the terminology I've wanted to add, but I don't know enough about sewing to make it fully intertwined with the world, so it's a backdrop, sadly. Same thing, though, on Insanity, except mine is mostly depressing. The neat thing about having consistent terminology is that even if the players don't understand it, they'll pick up on it. They'll get vibes, even if they don't interpret what those vibes mean. My worlds are somewhat depressing, Maki. More recently, I even made a deep delve into horror, and I'm setting my own game system for setting. Grimdark world building rides up. I don't have a Grimdark world, however, it sounds like some of y'all do. The magic system requires needles as part of the somatic components of spells. Don't worry, that's not so late. Horror settings are cool. They are. And then the TTRPG. But for instance, one of the conflicts in one of the early wars in the nation's history, what I wrote down is that there's this coastal fortress. It's like the citadel of the sea or something, because it's like built literally on the water. Like they built out into the water and made a castle out there because they're a maritime oriented faction. And the text describes how they used magic to conjure a tidal wave and bring it to crash down on the coast against the attacking force. And then the leader of the attacking force stepped forward and brought a sword forward and cut the tidal wave in two, completely dispersing it before it damaged their forces. And in a sign of respect and an admiration for that leader, the castle surrendered and said, you have bested us. We don't need to fight. We will honor you. And that's the sort of thing where that's probably not what literally happened, right? But when you take world building and you orient it in such a way of it doesn't matter what literally happened. What matters is the themes that result from that and how that impacts the current day. Suddenly, history becomes story. Terminology is deeply intertwined with my setting, and nearly all of my settings and campaigns there's sort of a unique vocabulary to it. No, that's really cool. And that's the sort of world building touch that a lot of people want to emulate without putting the work in. And that's the sort of thing where if players pick up on it and engage with it, it can feel so rewarding because it's immediately gratifying. If players don't pick up on it, it'll still feel cohesive. And one know what's going to happen? One day, one of those players is going to make the connection and be like, wait, huh? And they're going to feel not only so cool for having figured it out, they're going to feel mind blown because they're going to think, what else is there? What else connects to this? And you'll feel like a genius. My players always forget to use my world, so I gave up. No! I tend to attract players that are super nitty in the character and getting into a world. Nice. Yeah, I've mentioned this a couple times where I very much like my tactical combats. I run... Well, and for anyone who has seen any of my shorts, you might see my shorts and think, Arrow, what are you doing? You're killing game balance. You are giving your players so many edges. You are giving them so many passes. You are giving them so many buffs that they don't need. And I look at you and I say, you have not played in my game if you think they don't need those buffs. Because the more powerful I let them be, the more powerful I can be and not feel bad. And this kind of goes to what Maki was asking about of, hey, have you ever talked about like world building or stories? Like, one of the stories I really want to talk about is the time I ran a dragon encounter for a party. And I'll give you like the quick 2-sentence summary because we're getting kind of late. And also I want to save this as a tease for next time. So you actually come back to me. But I ran a dragon encounter and it's this ice-filled cavern. And it's this frost-covered dragon that has this big collar around its neck with like a glowing diamond embedded in it. And it's like, there's layer actions. I used action-oriented monster design from Matthew Colville. If you can't tell, I love Matthew Colville as a game designer, and he has my deepest respect. Just like as a game designer and as a content creator. And honestly, probably he's one of my favorite channels. Just generally. I haven't watched him as much in recent years because he's been more focused on MCDM, but I still really enjoy MCDM. Just always gonna sing his praises because he's been such an inspiration to me. So I run this dragon encounter in this giant cavern, right? Like, there's frost breath, the icicles are falling from the ceiling, frost patches cover the ground, meaning if you walk on them, you slide to the other end, which can be either a help or a hindrance. And then what happens is someone, either the dragon got to half health or they made a check and they found that the collar could be broken, so they attacked the collar. And they noticed that as it was doing a breath weapon, there was fire in its throat, that once it reached the point of its throat where there was the collar, it became ice and frost. And once they broke the collar, they realized they were not fighting a white dragon. They were fighting a red dragon that was covered in ice and snow and had a collar that was shackling its fire and converting it into ice and forcing it into a white dragon's temperance and affect and abilities. So suddenly, this ice dragon encounter turned into a fire dragon encounter, and all of the ice on the cavern walls melted, and fire jets burst from the ground, and that frost breath became a flame breath. And it was one of the most dynamic counters I think I've ever run. However, like in terms of like the actual boss progression of it, and it was very fun. Oh, it was so much fun. Thank you. It felt like an awesome encounter. The worst bit about it was the frightened condition. And the frightened condition was so bad because there were players who spent 2-3 turns literally unable to do anything because they could not move closer to the dragon, and in order to like cure wounds their friend or attack the dragon, they had to move closer. So the only thing they could do was like cast spells, and that was kind of a bummer. That's something where if I was to redesign the frightened condition, I would make it so that the first turn you're frightened, and then you can start moving. And then you just have the disadvantage to attack rolls until you make the save. And like Matthew Colville suggests this with like the shaken condition of like, oh, after you save the frightened, you're shaken and you have the disadvantage. I would just say, no matter what, even if you succeed or fail on that second save, or if you fail on that first save, you're only frozen in fear for 1 turn. And I can go deeper into it next time. I can talk about other similar encounters next time. I can talk about why the dragon was forced into an ice affect next time. And like, I think when it obviously it was sitting on a pile of gold. So I think what it was is that it was one of the other things is the gold was frozen in a giant ice cube. Like it was all frozen together when it was the ice dragon. But once it heated up, it became superheated. And if you touched it, then you took fire damage because it was superheated metal. Yeah, I really suggest with the frightened condition is the way I would run it now is anytime I use frightened condition, if you fail, you are frightened. Raw. Like you cannot move closer to the source of frightened, and you have disadvantage so long as you can see it. And then after a full turn passes, if you succeed, you're done with the frightened condition. If you fail, you're still frightened, but now you can start moving closer. You just still have the disadvantages on attack rolls because not being able to move closer is not fun. It's not really crippling to a character, really. Like maybe if it's like a frontline fighter, maybe, but it's not fun is what it is. I give my players stupid buffs because my world is brutal and they nearly die every important combat. See, my world is not brutal. However, my players nearly die every combat because I run tough combats, and I've consistently gotten feedback of like, hey, I love your combats. They're hard, they're difficult, but they're not unfair. And I never feel like you're just trying to kill us or be like a jerk about it. I feel like I have to earn my victory, and that has been some of the like most heartwarming praise I've ever received, because it's the idea of like, no, I'm not trying to kill you. And not even in like a gaslighting way or like I'm not trying to kill you, the dragon's trying to kill you. No, but like literally, I'm trying to make you sing for your supper. I'm trying to make you earn your victory because I understand how cool it feels when you do. And a lot of times I give you the tools in order to satisfy that. One more story, because I want to save these for next time. but it is related. That same campaign, actually. This was a West Marches style game, and I can get into more of that next time. This is one that I ran. They also were fighting zombies and like walking corpses. Because I make the distinction between walking corpses and zombies. If you want to know what that looks like, stay tuned for next stream. But what they did is they had holy water, and they were surrounded by mist on all sides, and walking corpses were coming out of the mist. So what they did is they kind of circled up around the center point, and they took a rope and dunked it in holy water and like saturated it in holy water and tied it like a barrier. And it's just like a simple rope. However, walking corpses and zombies are dumb. They have like a 7 intelligence, like a 6 intelligence. They're not going to know to get out of the way. So they just walk forward into what is effectively like a razor blade for them because it's holy water. So they're walking into it, and I stop their movement, and they take radiant damage. And what happens is that some of them die because they just keep walking into it, and eventually it snaps because there's so many. But what that did is not only it bought them time, because like 1/3 of the zombies they were fighting were distracted and like held back for like a round or two, but it also was something that really I can see a lot of DMs not, and I don't say this to like say how awesome of a DM I am and how other DMs suck, but like I can see a lot of DMs being like, no, that would break the encounter. I'm not going to let you do that. Or if I let you do that, it's going to break after dealing holy damage to the first zombie that touches it. But the players, one, felt smart because they were clever. They used what resources that they went into the encounter buying holy water because they're like, we're going to fight undead. And then they thought, we have rope. What if we combine this with the holy water to like maximize its area of effect? But also, the players kind of needed it. If they would have been overwhelmed had they not done that. And that's why I'm always a fan of giving players like in a completely different game. This is like a one-shot I ran for. One player wanted wings. So they're like, okay, you can have wings. Like it's a one-shot, I don't really care. And then in a fight, they're standing next to someone. These are all new players, by the way. One of them is like, oh, so I'm standing next to my friend and like they're on the ground. Can I like cover them with my wings to like hide them from the enemy? And I'm like, sure, you can give them +1 AC for free. That didn't take an action. That wasn't a bonus action. That wasn't movement. It was just the player thought of something that didn't really have any mechanical reasoning behind it, but they wanted to help. They wanted to do something that made sense to them. And I thought, sure, I want to reward that sort of behavior. So I gave like a +1 AC. And at the end of the day, a +1 AC is a -5% on the to hit roll. If they're rolling with like a 70% to hit rate, it's not going to make a matter. It's not going to change it much. And if they're rolling with a 30% to hit rate, it's not going to change much. Because it's 5%. It's a +1 AC. It doesn't really matter that bad. But the player was like, oh, cool. I'm helping. I feel useful. And that is a feeling that you should never feel bad about giving your players, so long as you aren't ruining the fun of other players, right? Like in my current project, Cogsoul, the terminology is very sterile and corporate. The people are bland and brought down by devouring corporations, literally. The kind of double-edged sword I found with purposely bland and sterile environments, NPCs, or terminology is that it gets the tone across, but often it can be too much, right? So I think it's a matter of how much do you want to full send it? Because you can full send it and go all the way and like stick to your guns, and I think I would respect that. However, I think a lot of more like casual players, a lot of people who just checking out would bounce because they're like, it's not for me. So what you might find success in doing is kind of like 1 in 4. 1 in 4 descriptions are incredibly sterile. 1 in 4 characters are incredibly beaten down and bland. 1 in 4 times you use you need to describe something, you use terminology that is incredibly like a 5-syllable word kind of deal. So I think that is really up to you. That's up to how you have found success. That's just one other avenue of looking at it. Yeah, the red dragon pulled a prank by spray painting it white. Thank you for all the compliments on the encounter. I'm sure it was more exciting to talk about than it was to play. I'm hyping it up, I'm sure. My comment is tough but very cinematic, and I always try to be at a level where the players have a good chance, even if it's not always 50-50. I like player solutions. Yeah, and I think and this has been a little bit of a shifting in my philosophy over the years. I used to think, how is this encounter going to legitimately threaten the party every single encounter? And I've since learned that doesn't need to be the case. Sometimes you just need to burn their resources. Sometimes you just need to put the coals under their feet. And you need to have them spend a 3rd level spell slot so that in the next fight, they're down 1 3rd level spell slot, right? Or you need to have them spend that potion now instead of in the final fight. And I don't think that's... I still think the same mindset of how do I make them a threat is good to have. It's just a different end goal. I'm not trying to down people. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm trying to waste your resources. How do I most effectively do that? That's kind of been a change in my mindset. So, but with boss encounters, I have had at least one encounter literally end. Well, okay. Okay, one more, because I won't shut up if I keep talking about these, but I'll give the barest summary of just what I want to talk about. But I had one encounter where it's the group, they're fighting, it's desperate. One of them gets bitten by a zombie, and I specified walking corpses and zombies are different. Walking corpses are your D&D, they slam you, they're dumb, they have a chance to come back when they die. Zombies are that, but they have a bite attack that can turn you into a zombie. Like movie style. So, one of them got bitten by a zombie, and because we had been running for a while at that point, I ended the session there. So, the entire group is like, oh my gosh, he's gonna die! He got bitten by a zombie, he's gonna turn, what are we gonna do? So they spent like, I think we had like an emergency session like the next day or two, because they needed to know what happened. And remember, this is a West Marches style game. And I think it literally resolved with like, I had to remind them that I gave them homebrew rules for like praying and like divine intervention, because this was a paladin that got bit. And he was like, no, I was literally just gonna like self-sacrifice myself to like have the others get away because I thought it was a lost cause. I'm gonna literally like pray the zombie away. So I have had literal encounters resolved by divine intervention, but players love it because Deus Ex Machina is a very poor narrative tool for an audience. Deus Ex Machina can be a incredibly hype moment for players that feel that it's earned, even if it isn't actually, you know, or maybe it is earned. But I'm rambling at this point. But my point is, boss encounters and like elite encounters and tough encounters, y'all gotta work just to live, let alone beat this thing. And you like player solutions like the rope trick because you tend to play intelligent villains and monsters. Yeah, and I think it's a good balance to have lots of dumb monsters and lots of average intelligence monsters and a couple intelligent monsters. Because then you're going through a dungeon, you fight a wolf that is an animal, so it's dumb. You fight a couple goblin slaves and their war spider, they're dumb, not really a problem. You fight a couple more goblins, however these aren't like the lower class of goblins, these are like normal goblins, so they're a bit more intelligent. And then in the next encounter, you fight the bugbears and some goblins. These are like, again, kind of dumb. And then you fight hobgoblins. And if you know about goblinoids, you know goblins, their intelligence varies, really. Bugbears, pretty dumb. Hobgoblins are like as intelligent as a human. So suddenly, you go from big dumb monster, kind of lower class, disadvantaged, uneducated goblins who like live amongst the war spider that is a mindless animal. Normal goblins that are a bit crafty, a bit mischievous, but nothing too special. Bugbears who are pretty just big dumb brutes, maybe ambushers, maybe throw in some normal goblins with them. And then you have hobgoblins who do tactics, who have target priority, who will do first line fire, second line fire, will run to the aid of their downed companions to heal them. And suddenly those hobgoblins seem like geniuses, even though they're doing basic tactics. Meanwhile, if you have hobgoblins up front and they're doing all of that, and then you have goblins and they're doing all of that, and then you have wolves and the wolves are like healing each other when they're down because they're magic wolves or whatever, then it feels less special. There's less relativity there. I let a lot of flavor and homebrew stuff slide in combat for players' fun. I do also let them fully homebrew spells. I don't let my players fully homebrew spells, although I do have a system in place for customizing and editing spells. I have a spell alteration system because I very much enjoy the idea of, no, this is not fireball. This is your frost ball or acid ball, or you changed it to better suit your character and your needs. And I have a whole system put in place for that. Like I have, you know, I'm a DM because I have like dozens of pages of homebrew that I've never gotten the chance to run. But with spell alteration, I've actually gotten some chances to run it, and players really enjoyed it because it's entirely opt-in, and it's really fun to just kind of, you know, I'm like a frost mage, but there's no real like big frost spell. So I'll take lightning bolts and I will edit it so that instead of doing lightning damage, I deal frost damage. And now it better fits my character. As a pretty experienced cyberpunk GM, I learned that sometimes you shouldn't feel bad about a little pokes. They're little things to get a group excited for the bigger stuff. Yeah. And I think that a core part of really story pacing is sometimes you give them a little kick, sometimes you give them a little shove, sometimes you hold them by the hand and guide them. And it's really just a matter of differing levels of intensity. Give them a breather and then slam the door in their face. Allow them respite and a very cool narrative moment, and then put their feet to the fire and make them fight for their lives in a really hard combat. It doesn't have to be extremes. However, the comparison between what did we just do, what are we currently doing, and what are we about to do very much paints a picture of how the players should and do feel. Yeah, they do have to run them by you, of course, and then you let them alter spells too. Yeah, and I think, I mean, I'm the sort of GM where I often hear people talk about like how funny it would be of like, oh, what if we could like lower cast spells, so if I cast Wish at first level, I'm just manifesting really hard. And like, I think that's funny. Or like the Wand of Hamsters, where it can cast any spell you want, but you have to tie it in with hamsters. So if I cast Cone of Cold, I actually have to cast Cone of Hamster, which fires out a cone of like a torrent of hamsters. Like, that stuff is silly. I think it's funny, and I think a lot of players get a kick out of it. I never really actually wanted to implement that into my game, but I have let players homebrew spells, and I have homebrew spells myself because, again, I'm a DM. I have dozens of homebrew content that I never even get the chance to use. Like, I ran for a necromancer one time, and they were like 3rd level, so they don't have access to animate dead. But what I did is I think I made this independent of the character, and then I said like, hey, I have this necromancy spell you might be interested in. Do you want to check it out? And it's called Animate Appendage. And it's basically a first level necromancy spell that is identical to Animate Dead, but it raises a crawling claw instead of a skeleton or zombie. So it's a CR0 creature. And I specified it has to be a hand. It has to be a hand, arm, leg, foot, or head, because I didn't want them animating any certain other appendages, because I know players would love to do that. But no, the player loved it because he was like, I feel like a necromancer now, even though I'm only 3rd level. And then once he hit 5th level, he still kept the animated appendage that he had, because at that point it was more like a familiar than it was like his main minion, right? So I definitely feel like there's a time and place for just full on, full stop, I feel like there's a time and place for full on, full stop, homebrewing spells. Animate a head and throw it at people, turn them into zombies. No, literally, what happened is that this is in the game with the walking corpses and the zombies. They fight walking corpses and zombies. They figure out the zombies are different, they infect. And what he does, it's like the dogs on him. The necromancer takes the teeth out of the zombie, puts them in his crawling claw head skull companion, and then nearly started a zombie apocalypse in the city twice because he accidentally bit someone. And that's the sort of situations where, like, that would have never come up if I didn't have the zombies versus walking corpses rule, if I didn't have the animated appendage rule. But that was, like, hilarious at the time. And straight up the player was like, I'm about to take this man out back and, like, he's gonna end his own life by shooting himself twice in the back of the head. Because he didn't want to start a zombie apocalypse. Yeah, you love to see it. That is hilarious as a world-ending scenario. No, literally! Because I didn't plan on that, because I'm not going to talk about it yet. I'm going to talk about it later. Come back next time. If you come to my Twitch stream, we might talk about it there. If you come back to my YouTube stream, that's perfect time to talk about it then. But I'm going to save this, because otherwise I'm just going to keep yapping. For me, it is midnight. And I've been going 4 hours, which I went about 4 hours on my Twitch stream. My voice has been going down a little bit for a bit. Yeah, you're gonna head to bed. Good night. I feel like now is a good time to hop off, so I'm actually gonna stop streaming. With YouTube, you can redirect to people, though I don't know anyone who's currently streaming at this hour, and you have to manually select that anyone can redirect into you. So I'm just gonna end stream, which I hope that all of you enjoyed. I was not expecting this many people, and I am pleasantly surprised and very honored that you would waste your time with me. Thank you very much. I appreciate your presence and your commenting. For all of the lurkers and the VOD watchers, thank you very much. I appreciate it. We share time zone, yay. Yeah, I'm on EST. Goodbye. Yeah, and I think what I'm gonna do is current plan. I might stream Friday night. I don't know. My YouTube video is probably going to be over the weekend. I'm going to schedule to release it maybe Saturday, Sunday. Depends on when I end up streaming. I will probably post another community post before I start streaming, so no need to worry on that. And yeah, I appreciate all of the I suppose the attention. I appreciate all the attention from all of you, but I hope that I can repay all of you the good vibes you send my way with entertainment, education, advice, and whatever else you need. So I'm going to wrap up for now, rest up my voice, and I'm going to treat myself to a brownie, because on Saturday, before I streamed on Sunday, I made brownies. because I knew that if things went poorly, I would want to console myself, and if things went well, I would want to reward myself. So I'm gonna go have a brownie now. I hope all of you have a wonderful time, a wonderful night, potentially a wonderful morning, and I hope that all of you have fun.